plugged in.
Yeah, I've plugged in. And
Not seeing you though.
so it looks like it did. Like it's got the dialog box now on the other screen, so I need to just wait for that to fill. But it is showing up something here. Like
Yeah. Display built in. Oh.
If you go to join, for example, you can see the name Hardcom Electronic looks like it is showing up.
Huh. That might be yours, number 2. Display. Interesting. Well, let me just see what happens when we. Nope. Sorry, it's a little a little tight.
Yeah. I think it's the first time it's been used.
Okay.
Oh, nice to meet you, Perry. David.
Session chair.
Cool.
Coffee finger. Is there anything you need?
So I just need to get the display working on here. I mean, I could do it if I had another laptop. So if I had a working laptop, I could.
Let's see, I have Lenovo laptop.
Sure. Yeah, doesn't really like it, huh? Primary display, built-in display. Okay, built-in display looks like it's fine. Can I apply that?
The dialog box is on the other window, so it's
Oh, it is on the other window. Okay. I want my. Oh.
I suppose worst case, can I can attach the slides to the talk and just give it from my laptop? Like the live stream is capturing everything anyway, isn't it?
No, so basically, I gotta. So if we get signal to here, it will actually go to the live stream and the projector. So that's the only thing. Does this have USB-C?
It does, yeah. One over there.
Oh.
Getting them on the screen.
Okay, yeah. Oh, so Mark can see them.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Mark can see them, but we're not getting it to this guy.
So I can just maybe mirror it and then.
Yeah. So we'll mirror it. Okay. I wonder why is that?
What's the name? Do you still need that second laptop?
Do you want to try just hook yours in and see what happens? Because if it does, like I can either send a link to the talk to you.
Oh, there's no ledge. Interesting.
This guy, I think. Might not just be my laptop then, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's not mirroring. Maybe, that in.
Yeah,
This
we're set to the right input.
Oh, okay. There we go. Okay.
I'll try mine again then.
Yeah, go for it.
No worries. I've pretty short on content, so I've lots of time anyway.
No, you're good.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Oh, wireless mic. So you have obviously this podium mic. If you need to walk around, obviously there's a dongle. If you need to advance your slides.
Oh, lovely. Yeah.
While walking, just don't go past the white so that the camera can still pick you
Okay,
up.
perfect.
I can turn this on here for you, so that way you're not
Oh, it's okay. I'll kind of stand here and I just need to be able to see the.
Hey, hey.
I need to find out where their cards are for the 1051. I don't know.
Perfect. Yeah.
And then you have a power cable down there. Do you have audio?
No, I don't. No.
Oh. How many minutes is?
Oh, it's only going to be 5-6 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Like, if there's
So
any.
you won't even need these?
Yeah, probably not. Like, if anyone has questions, I'd imagine that they can.
Okay. Let me find out when the session is. 'Cause that will be our time.
Okay, well, I suppose I'll start. Hello, everybody. My name is David Kerwin. I'm here to talk today about CommuniShift. It's re-released. Before I go ahead, does anyone have a show of hands? Do you know about CommuniShift? Do you know anything about it before a little bit? Okay, so basically what it was is it was an open, a community. Oh, sorry.
Speak into the microphone.
So it was a community instance of OpenShift, and Fedora had this available a couple of years ago. I think it's before I even joined the team, so I think it's about maybe 2020. But during the move in the data center, we lost access to it because there was a couple of legal issues related to GDPR and things like that. So we used it as an opportunity to just get rid of it and then start working to try resolve some of these issues with the GDPR, for example. And so over the last, it's a couple of years now in the works. Like, we're after redeploying an OpenShift cluster on top of OpenShift dedicated, and we have we've done some of the groundwork to automate some of the tasks to make administration of the cluster a little bit easier, for example. And we're now in a position where it's released and members of the community can come along and apply for space and then run some sort of project on behalf of the community. Okay, so I'll go ahead there. If you want to have a full read of the announcement, it's here on the community blog. It's a couple of months ago now at this stage, but have a look at the announcement there. So what is CommuniShift? So it's the re-released Fedora Infra hosted community OpenShift cluster, and the purpose that we envision for it is it's a place where you can host projects related to Fedora, but maybe not quite ready for a full infrastructure deployment. And basically, it's a place where you can run applications on behalf of Fedora. So if there's never an instance, for example, we might be overloaded in Fedora Infra, and you wanted to take some of that workload on, you could say, hey, I'm offering to maybe host an application on behalf of Fedora and then administrate it and run it on our behalf. So CommuniShift is a place where you can actually do that then. And if you were trying out some new things, like you say, hey, I want to try out something, I want to spend a couple of months evaluating it, and or maybe if you're building something new, like it's a place where you can actually deploy it, and then you'll have access to the wider resources then in Fedora Infra. So what do we offer? It's basically the platform, and that's it. So we give you access to the OpenShift cluster. Like, you'll have full administrative access to your own namespace. There's a couple of service requirements there if you want to read more. Yeah, again, it's a place where you can run containerized applications. The idea is that we're going to delete projects every 6 months that would coincide with the Fedora release cycle. But of course, if you want to run something that's more longer term, extensions are available. You just need to basically justify your case, like what it is, why you need to do it, or you want to do it. And as I said already, you'll have full self-service admin to your project namespace, and you'll have full control over who else has access to it. So we give you the option where you'll have access to a fast group, and then you can just add or remove people in that fast group, and then it's automatically synchronized then to the cluster, like the permissions. Yeah, so the quota is pretty low by standard. Like you get access to one full CPU on the machine, only 1 gig of memory, but 5 gig of storage space and 2 pods. But of course, it's completely extensible. This is just a kind of a default. Like if you need more resources, just ask, and we can we'll happily increase them to suit your needs. Yeah. So how do you request access? If you go to the Fedora infrastructure Pagure issue tracker, you create a new issue. You can see there there is a kind of a drop down. Oh, sorry, next slide. There's a drop down in the what do you call it? Kind of templates, and there's a CommuniShift template there. So if you just click that, it'll pre-populate all the kind of questions that we want to know answers for. And again, feel free to, like, it's not hard, like, you know, it's pretty easy. We're easygoing. Like, there's room there to, like, you know, ask questions. Can I do this? I would like to do it. You know, will I have access? And like, it's pretty easygoing. So like, we'll happily give you resources if the project is a good idea. Yeah. So like I said, because you have full admin access to your own project, the first kind of port of call for support is the OpenShift documentation. So what I would say is, the bar is a little bit higher than I want to learn OpenShift. Like, you know, you can learn OpenShift on something like code-ready containers on your laptop. It's more, this is a place where I want to deploy some sort of app on our behalf. So because you've full admin access, the first point of call would be the OpenShift documentation yourself. So if something's not working, go figure out why. If it's something like you need help integrating with like another service in OpenShift, or you know, you've already followed all of those steps and it's not working, well, yeah, well then at that point, then feel free to give us a shout, and we can help you out. But again, the place where you would open issues would be at the main Fedora infrastructure ticket tracker. Yeah, so this is already outdated. There's a lot more other things running on the cluster already, but here's a kind of a brief example of some of the things we're already hosting. Yeah, and links to them and where you can find out more. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Like, we're content light. Like, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Again, that's the links to the places where you can find out more information. So, if you have any questions, yeah.
With CommuniShift, is there plans right now to bridge it into the traditional data centers to make access from the cluster to our infrastructure?
So, am I getting this right? The question is, are we planning to bridge it from the data center into from the cloud into our own data center? Is that basically? So, at the moment, there's no bridge. You can only access things that are available externally in our data center. So, a lot of the main services are available externally, but if there's something that's within the firewall, we would have to spend time like opening ports and stuff like that. So at the moment there's no plans, but it's possible to do. So like there's a supported service to have a VPN, for example, between the OpenShift and your infrastructure. Yeah, hopefully that answers. No,
how I should decide if
okay.
Service that can run here, this is the...
No, so, sorry, let me repeat that. So the question you said is the whole thing not suitable or not ready? No. The platform itself is ready for use, but it's a place where if you have a project like, hey, I just came up with this idea, I'm going to build something myself, it's not ready to be run in Fedora Infra, but I want somewhere to run it where community members can access it. That's a great place for it. So like if you have a project or you see some new technology and you want to test it out on behalf of Fedora, like an example that I'm thinking of is I'm looking at some of the OpenShift AI components, and I'm thinking like down the line we're going to have access to AI hardware, or sorry, graphics cards. And I'm thinking if I deploy this now, at some point in the future, we'll have servers with graphics cards available like in our data center, and then at that point then I can start worrying about VPN access to, so the CommuniShift clusters services can then access Fedora hardware in the data center. So hopefully that answers.
So maybe specifically in our case, we are currently running in the internal OpenShift, but our base is mainly Fedora. We are communicating mainly Fedora services. So we are thinking about maybe moving because there's maybe the like natural fit that if you are like for Fedora, so why running already internally? Yeah. So either many shifts or maybe discuss with Fedora internally.
I think the question was, you're a Red Hat Red Hat team. You're running services internally on another OpenShift, and it's mostly focused on community-related things. You want to then, is it possible to run this on CommuniShift? And yeah, of course it is. Yeah. So if you want to apply for resources, go ahead. Yeah, we happily take it. Just keep in mind, like we don't have infinite resources, but we have, as long as you're not like you need like 50 CPUs and 300 gigs of RAM or something, like, you know, as long as it's reasonable, we can accommodate it. Yeah, so that's pretty much all I have. Like I said, if you have any more questions or you want to talk about how to, I think I'll update the slides and I'll put them on I'll attach it to the schedule, so all the links and resources that you'll be able to access them in there. Yep. I'll leave it there then if you guys are happy. Thanks.
Is now a good time if we want to talk about a specific CommuniShift
Yeah,
use
of
case
course.
request?
I've loads of time, so.
So I'm asking a specific question about for ComOps analytics. I'm the guy raising the, hey, I want to.
Oh yeah, okay. I saw the ticket. Yeah.
Right. That's why I'm like, can I get to this data center? Like,
Yeah.
what options do I have? Because what we want to effectively do is the REST API approach to accessing data, the data number database is just, it's not sustainable to actually do analytics in any kind of real form, right? However, the Postgres database that is on the IAG data center is great, right? And I'm sure is already overpowered for us to be able to accomplish those kind of things, right? The question that we're trying to figure out is, can we put some sort of UI where we can control in a safe way people being able to query and actually access that data to do that kind of analytics? We've gone through kind of a couple of rounds of like, there was a legacy, I forgot this word, Grafana database that was there, and it was some Ansible rules and stuff like that. It's not really worked out. So we're trying to look at, can we leverage and do it through CommuniShift, create that kind of front end, put fast authentication in front of it, use that, and then just reach back into the IAD data center and then access the data number database. Today we're just doing the login through Bastion, directly connect to Postgres, do what we're doing, but we want to make it available because we know we can't give community, like I can't dump terabytes of data and give it to the community and say, hey, go do analytics. I need the community to be able to reach in, leverage the data stored in Fedora somewhere. So I just don't know if the right answer is, hey, do we make a copy of data number in the CommuniShift land on the AWS side, or is there any opportunity to open that door backwards into there, or even is CommuniShift the wrong answer? That's kind of what I want to figure out.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily the wrong answer, but there's going to be a lot of work to get the VPN configured, because it may not, because it's OpenShift dedicated, there's only very specific things supported, and if it requires customizations and stuff, it's going to be difficult, and they might just say no. But look, I'm sure it's possible to do it. Another thing you might be able to do is maybe you can deploy some sort of system within the firewall that can export or provide. Actually, another example, we have an AWS account, so if you could quite happily request resources to export something from the Postgres database into the cloud and then consume it into CommuniShift that way. So you could have maybe snapshots, monthly or weekly snapshots, and I mean that might be good enough for your use case.
Yeah. I mean, we don't need real time, right? Like the community doesn't need to be like, hey, what's everyone doing right now?
Yeah.
We just want to be able to get to the point of, that Matthew's overarching goal of, right? Like how do we get this guy started? How many contributors are
Yep.
running around, right? We need to leverage the bus to really evaluate that. It's like otherwise we're gonna have to build integration. If we're like the analytics project turns into a beast, right? Let's take advantage of what we've got, right? That's the thing. So if we can do that instead, right? Like I'm happy to go down to the CommuniShift and hey, we can just build a mini app and just connect to somewhere. We just need to know where we can get that data.
Yep.
And I know from Kevin's responses we talked in the past a little bit is how do we handle the it's a terabyte and a half of data, right? So how would that get shipped? And is that something that we can make that ask to CD of like how would you guys reliably restore that back up to AWS and not adding a whole bunch of burden on the whole the recovery that would have to happen on a weekly and monthly basis to get that data, right?
Yep. I mean, if I was thinking about how would I do it, I would probably, like, how to get, you already know how to get this information you need now via the Bastion, right?
Yeah,
So,
I've got Postgres. Once I'm in Postgres, I'm good.
okay, so if you can produce the scripts, the export scripts or something, we can hook it up to an Ansible playbook. The Ansible playbook can be run periodically. That'll put the data somewhere, and then we can just synchronize it up to AWS. So, I mean, it's
So
just...
we're trying to leave the data as raw as possible.
Yep.
So like we just literally want the messages table just as it is because we want to let people, I don't want to predefine what people are pulling from the messages
Yep.
because they're writing the JSON manipulation in Postgres layer, right? So we tell Postgres, hey, abstract, pull all package names from package related topics and just mass do it, right? And then we can get a list of here's all packages and dates and then all that kind of fun stuff, right? So we could define it as like, hey, just dump the messages table entirely, right, and sync it over, right? And again, that would be fine too. And I just don't know what's available on the AWS side to say like, hey, what can we do? But we're just open to anything as long as it's just it's repeatable and it's as raw as possible.
Yep.
So that way, at the final layer, whoever's doing the analysis has the ability to write their own analysis.
Yep.
And what we don't want to do is we don't want to build a bunch of like Python scripts. We don't want scripts, right? We want people to build queries and we want people to be able to do repeatable analytics. Because the challenge we've had in Fedora with reporting and data is there is even Matthew's talk of like DynoPark, right? Like there's hundreds of DynoPark type scripts that are in the project that have been around for like, since even when I was a little kid, right? So it's how do we move to repeatable BI that's actually going to help that rather than, but again, to do that, it's like we want the raw data and the tooling like a database engine to actually manipulate it rather than like tools like Python scripting, right? So it's like how can we leverage AWS like an RDS instance, right? If we said, hey, could you back up and restore the Postgres instance to an RDS instance, then that rocks, so let's do it, right? But I just don't, we're trying to stumble through also the process of like how do we raise the ticket in a way that's going to be able to allow us to get something, right? And I think it's more just kind of I don't know what's possible either.
Yeah, look, everything's possible. I don't think the problems are not going to be technical. It's probably going to be political. Like, I mean, like, my first question is like, who is this guy? Do I have a contract with him that you're not going to misuse data? Like it's community data, so it's like, is there going to be PII in there?
But see, that's the thing is, I can make the same argument of this, you just go to the REST API, you just dump the whole thing.
Yeah, okay, so if you're able to get access to anything via, like, say, an unauthenticated API, I would say fine, it's probably fine. So the problems are not going to be technical. Like, it'll be very easy.
Like why are we doing this? And, and that's the thing too, is we don't, from the ComOps side, we're really nervous about, we don't want to break trust in community. We don't want people to think this is nosy, that we're spying on people. It's not about individuals, it's about, like, are we growing as a community? Yes, no. Because we want it to be data-driven, not, like, subjective, right?
So what I would do is maybe at some point during Flock, why don't you try grab myself and someone like Kevin, and maybe we can sit down and try come up with a plan to write that ticket. Because I don't think there's anything technically impossible there. Like, that should be very easy. Export or synchronize the database up to RDS if that's better. We have full access to the, I think we have full access to the AWS infra, or sorry, the AWS services, and we can put it in a region that the RDS instance can then access CommuniShift. So I don't think there'd be any trouble doing it.
Okay, then I'll grab you too. Thank you.
Okay, I'm actually out of time. I didn't expect to actually use all that time. So thanks for coming, and yeah, chat to you during the week, hopefully.
Thank you very much, David Carwin, for speaking on CommuniShift. Next up, we have Troy Dawson for Fedora Plasma on mobile workshop. Hello, hello.
I'm probably going to use that microphone. I really had a hard time hearing you. Oh, that's okay. But this microphone doesn't seem like it picks up, and that one does. And I know everybody that I know is going to be doing this that wants to watch this is in other meetings. So.
Is this yours? Okay. Do you need this? Or?
Oh, yes, no, that, no. We're going to see how this works. It's worked in other conferences, so we'll see if it works in this.
So you'd prefer this mic?
I probably will. Let me stand. La 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 la. Well, okay, I can hold it.
But that has it seems to have a higher gain than this one.
La 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 la. Yeah, you have to get real close. Oh yeah, let's do that because I'm actually going to be waving my laptop around. Don't usually do that, but I will. Near. You know what? And I still got 3 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Let me just. La 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 la. I'm getting warmed up for karaoke night tonight.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Put that one down. Do this one. Yeah. Now the question is, can I? Oh, there is the problem of if I'm waving my laptop around, it's really hard to hold a mic in the laptop.
Well, actually, yeah, try speaking into that one again and see, like, just move it closer to you.
This one?
Yeah, the smaller one. We'll do a sound check.
Okay. Move it all the way down here. La. Oh, that actually isn't bad. What? How much range do I have as far as video?
Yeah, just start talking.
Oh, the white box on the floor. So I can. Well, if I do that one, I can step all the way over here.
Okay, yeah.
You know, if there's just you two, I'm not going to walk around a lot. But I like walking when I'm giving my presentations.
Just use your sales voice.
I will. But this is like the loudest thing. We had to close the door because they're talking back there, and we got people on both sides, and I'm like, oh my
You're getting
goodness.
this feedback from the other rooms, and I'm just like,
Yeah. Oh, there is. You can actually like walk between the rooms without even opening the door. Well, this time I'll be really loud, and
do you want me to hold this up or leave it at this level?
that level.
Okay.
I hope I have more than 2 minutes. I'm probably going to start a couple minutes late, just for maybe somebody will come. Like I said, I know everybody who wants to be here is in other, mainly in the FESCO thing, and I don't remember what's happening over there. So, but I'm certainly not going to start early.
It looks like they canceled
get my stuff ready. Okay. Oh, so what are your things you got? We got 2 minutes. We have more than 2 minutes, right?
10, 5, 2, and
At a time.
I'm supposed to be done up for 1.
Yeah, 2, by the time you get to 2, it's like,
Yeah, I guess they figure if they're not looking at these, then.
yeah.
And then did you want me to, when I usually, should I do the timing for the entire presentation or just the Q&A? You want me to do one timing for the general?
Do the entire thing. I have plans for Q&A, and I'm doing the slides and I'm doing the demo, and so we'll have a much bigger crowd. I'm not going to say how big the crowd is, but actually my time's starting. When do I start?
It's already 10:31, but you said you wanted to hang out just in case somebody wants it. So, I mean, it's up to you.
I'm just wondering when will the video start? They'll probably cut it from whenever I say, "Hi, I'm Troy Dawson," right?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, actually, let me do an introduction to you.
Okay. Because that group just got out, so maybe we'll get a few more people. So, we did. Yay. More people. That's okay.
Testing. Okay. So you want, let me know when you're ready, and then I'll go ahead and intro you.
They just got out, so let's give it 1 more minute.
Sure. Cue me in. So.
Let's see. Walking. Okay, they walked out that door. Walking. Ah, they didn't show up. Let's go for it, and then they can just walk in.
And I'm wondering if I should move the question mic somewhere else.
Maybe
That way they
put
can
over-
hear.
How about we put it over here?
Is that blocking that recording thing? Is there? Oh no, it's clipped to the table.
Let's go to the table.
So put it where?
Just on this side, and then I can, because I will be more, well, not that part, so that I can actually. I like this mic better than that mic.
Okay.
So. Oh, we're getting the picture taken. We better act like we're doing. Oh no, you go ahead and we'll.
Jeez. Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. My name is Perry. I'm the session chair. I'm here to introduce Troy Dawson. He's here to talk with you about Fedora Plasma Mobile, not just for phones. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to switch between the 2 microphones mainly because I like walking. I have here a phone. It's running not Fedora Plasma Mobile. It's running Plasma Mobile. It's running post-market OS. And that's really nice and all that, but that's not Fedora. So we're not going to talk about this in this thing. So I have another laptop here. It's doing my slides, but guess what I can do with this? There goes the keyboard. We now have a tablet. Well, I'm really curious. Oh, it's not doing it. Huh. Maybe when I'm in slide mode, it prevents, it's in presentation mode, it won't let me flip. Usually it does, but I'd never tried that. Okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to do this on my tablet, doing all touch, except for the mouse. We'll try all touch because, yeah, it shows up on the screen. but that's sort of distracting, so I may or may not use the mouse or not. Anyway, so why am I worrying about not doing this phone and doing my tablet? Well, because I like Fedora. I don't want to run post-market OS. And we've been trying to put things on phones. There was the mobile SIG for quite a while. It just didn't pan out. It's just not an easy experience. Post-market OS, and I hope I'm not saying it wrong the entire time, but that's what I'm going to call it. They have a decent experience putting it on the phone, but it's not for Fedora. You have to do all sorts of different things. So, the KDE Plasma Mobile group, we were like, hey, we're tired of waiting for phones. Let's put it on other things. This is our criteria. They've got to have a touch screen, like my tablet. No keyboard. Well, you can have a keyboard, but we're gearing towards things without keyboards. And mobile of some sort. So most people's desktops are not going to be mobile, and definitely not a server. So let's go to the next. Go to the next slide. Okay. So why Plasma Mobile? Let me introduce myself. I'm Troy Dawson. I'm a member of the KDE SIG, and KDE Plasma Mobile Desktop is my favorite. Usually I run RHEL or RHEL derivative, and I do the KDE EPEL stuff. But for mobile stuff, Fedora is a much better fit. So I like the feel of KDE. The Fedora KDE, as well as the KDE community in general, I really enjoyed that community. And at this point, it's working, and it's working fairly well. I'm not going to say there isn't bugs. We do actually have, one of my slides is things that aren't working. It's easy and intuitive. I'm going to show a demo at the end. I'm also going to walk over here. I'm going to show you the terminal keys, what I mean by that, because when I found this out, I was like, oh my goodness, this is exactly what I wanted. I had problems with Chromebooks and all sorts of things. And there's been a very fast bug turnaround. A lot of times I just get on my Matrix channel and ask things, and either A, people says, oh, you need to just do this thing, or literally by the time I'm going to file a bug, the bug is already fixed, because I'm not the only one finding them. This is a much better mic, so I'm probably going to be using this. But I also can't use that mic and touch this at the same time. Maybe I can. Oh, come on. Why? We'll just use the mouse. The mic is detachable. We're going to detach it. There we go. Oh, wow. You guys can hear me so much better. There we go. Okay, so easy and intuitive. We're going to go over all these on the demo, but I want them on the slides so that when people look at them later, I'll do this. This is what you see when you do a swipe down. Now, this is a swipe down on a tablet, this particular thing. This, for people who are wondering, this is a Microsoft Surface Pro version 6. I think they're up to 10, maybe 9 now. It works very well. I also have Yoga, Lenovo Yoga. It works, the hardware works okay. Anyway, when you swipe it down, we got this really nice little thing that you would expect from the, I'm going to move my mouse around. Hey, mouse, there you are. Instead of pointing at the screen because other people can't see it. That's very intuitive to anybody that's at least run an Android. I am not a Mac, iPhone user, so I assume maybe iPhones. And then we have notifications. If you were on a regular phone, this notifications would be down there. It adjusts according to the size of the thing. Running apps. Sorry, that little thing is driving me nuts. Why is this 6 here? Whatever. Running apps, if we push the left button on the demo, we'll see, oh, it finally, stop going there. We have 3 buttons on the bottom. If you push the left button, You see the running apps. Again, if you're an Android user, this is very intuitive. You can close things, you can swipe them up, change the things. Middle button, your list of all the apps you've got. It does show all of the applications you have, and some of them are not really mobile friendly. So this particular one, I'm using this both as a desktop and another, so I have some non-mobile friendly on it. But there's that. The third button is usually an X. To add desktop icons, it's really hard to put this on a slide. You do so we'll show it in the demo, but I'll tell you what you do. You do the last one, you push the app you want, you hold it for a second, it goes to this screen, you let go of it, just like you would expect. Terminal keys. Now, I'm going to show this in the demo, but this is the KDE terminal for Plasma Mobile. And you look here, you got Control, Alt, Escape, Tab, up, down, over. Every other touch thing I've been trying, I've always wondered, how in the world can I go over? I don't have a thing. I saw this and I was just like in love with it. So there is some things that need work, and like I said, we're going to do a demo in a little bit. There currently is no video player, Plasma Mobile video player. You know, KDE's got a couple, and they work okay in there. So, Dragon works. It will work. Alyssa, it will work. But they're not mobile, touch friendly that good. If you got really good precision fingers, you can get them to work. So there is that. Fedora is still working on getting the file browser. There's been some bugs and issues with that. And there's random bugs and random maps. It's still fairly new. It's not as mature as the KDE Plasma desktop. So there is random bugs and random apps. And like I said before, a lot of them have been fixed. Or fixed by the time I go to file a bug. Like the Wi-Fi thing had a weird bug, and then it got fixed. But I was like, okay, where do I file the bug? Oh, it's already fixed. So let's move on to the demo. We're there already. So let's make sure we can get out of here. Come here. Oh, don't you be doing this to me. Of course we're doing it. Come on. I was literally touching this in my seat over there, and it wouldn't let me. And now that, maybe it's because I got the mouse thing. So let's exit the slideshow. First thing let's demonstrate is, okay, I'm gonna unplug the mouse. So this is an all live demo. Oh, thank you. I wanted that right in my lap. Okay. This is a fun lecture, and it has no, yeah, there we go. So that's what happens when it turns, okay. We're going to push the side button, the X. What does that do when I push the side button? Actually, no. Hey, this is cool. I can do it that way. Let's list our apps. Come on, middle button. Okay, we're closing. Oh, come on. Why are you being this way? You silly thing. You shouldn't even be able to do that. Okay. Chrome, you are, oh my goodness, stop it, Chrome. Chrome! Goodness. Hey, those of you who know me know how well my demos go. Thank you for coming. Oh, come on, just, when you're doing it all at, oh my goodness, this is, I've never done the demo starting from Chrome. Let me put you that way. So we're going to say Chrome is not mobile friendly. No, but we don't need a new tab. We want to, actually, let's get a new tab because maybe it's the, Nope, we're still. One thing I will show is there's the little keyboard button down there. Oh my goodness. Chrome, stop it. Oh, goodness. Oh my goodness, I don't want to have to. You stupid thing. Okay, we are going to revert to this. As I said, there is still bugs, and there is still things that do not. Chrome, you're gonna go away. Go away, Chrome. Go away, Chrome. Go away. There we go. What did you do to my touchscreen, man? Jeesters. Anyway, all the people from Fermilab are probably laughing right now. When I worked at Fermilab, every demo I did, the only time the demo worked was when I was showing demos that were failing, that were supposed to fail. Come on, you're not even. Oh, jeesters, man. It really worked just fine all the time up until now. Anyway, Plasma Mobile works really good. Don't use Chrome on it. Let me do questions and answers while I do. I got 10 minutes? Okay. Hey, let's at least log out. Try that. I don't think I need to restart, but I think every time. Okay. Whoa. Oh. Wait a sec. Oh, I've also never done the demo with the projector plugged in. It's supposed to be mirrored, and now we're not. So let's log in with the keyboard on, because I can't actually touch the other part of the screen. Okay. Do we have questions while I'm resetting things?
Yeah. Is this Wayland first or?
Yes. We for the mobile. I'm not even sure. Plasma Mobile has X. Oh, I got it upside down. No wonder it's not connecting. Yes, I am actually fairly certain about that. The Plasma Mobile people are not doing X. They had the choice, and they're like, we just want to do our efforts on Wayland. So yeah, if you do have the NVIDIA, but let's see what we're doing. Okay, no, we're just going to type. Okay. Now you better work. Oh, we're still doing the. Yeah, I have had problems doing the double screen, because it's like. Yeah, it's not. Let's see if I can even touch anything. Yeah, I get problems because it's like thinking, oh, that's part of my screen. You guys want me to unplug it and do it that? You know what? Oh, these goofy things. Yeah, it's the monitor thing. Isn't that cute? Sorry, I like it. Okay. Any other questions? Oh, I didn't repeat the question. The question was, is this Wayland only? The answer is yes.
And is it using like standard, like, for the input method, is that just the input method protocol and everything?
Yeah, the input method is basically your standard touch screen. That part is not fancy.
Is it using like input method, like the Wayland input method V1, V2 protocol? Like,
sure, if I knew enough about the Wayland that inputs in. Oh, repeat the question was, is it using the Wayland input method protocol 1, 2? I don't know enough about Wayland to answer that, but I'm sure. Okay, we're gonna try this one last time, and I might, you know what, it's gonna remember. It's a good thing and bad thing about KDE is that if you unplug a monitor and then plug it back in, it remembers. But let's try that. I don't care about security updates. No, go away. Oh, now it's working. Yeah, now it's working great. So yeah, it's the monitor. It stopped fetching updates. I don't want. Okay. No, it's not working. It's not working great. I've messed it up. It's the curse of the demo. I have 5 minutes. Sorry, I don't. You don't supposed to say that in talks that are being recorded, but just so you guys know, we'll be done in 5 minutes. We're going to do the good old restart without this and start all over with the demo. More questions and answers. Let me answer your question. Do you guys have any more? Because I've actually been asked several questions about this, and if not, I will give some questions that I have been given. Okay. Okay.
Related to the Microsoft Surface, so I remember years ago it was impossible to get Linux on it. There was no trouble there.
I could put Linux on it just fine, but several things didn't work, but the touch screen. There is a project out there that does kernels for the Surface, and they're trying to work them all upstream, but they even have a Fedora kernel so that once you install their repo, it just automatically updates along with all the others. So yes, on the Surface, the Linux kernel, it works, but not enough for this. For my Lenovo Yoga, things have been working. I've only had it like 3 months, and they've already fixed the keyboard. Yogas are the ones that you turn them all the way around, and the keyboard's supposed to turn off. When I first got it, the keyboard wouldn't turn off, and I had to write a script. And then one day, I folded it over, and the keyboard went away, and I couldn't even type my script. And I was like, wait a sec, it works. So things are progressing in that things. Sorry. I want this to work at least just once. Oh no, it's nothing your technical things. It's my technical things. Okay, we're gonna plug it in. It should mirror it. Let's see if it remembers. Wait, it's not even. And it instantly says, no, we're not. That part's working. Okay, there's my thing. This was actually part of the demo I wanted to show. So you can do ls, whatever. Hey, great. Oh, wait. Oh. So when you put the other thing in, it's doing the text screen at the different resolution. And so we will do the simple things. How about up arrow? Wait, no. Okay, up arrow is working. And I just wanted, does the up arrow work? Fedora KDE Plasma Mobile. Okay, at least one part of my demo is working. How's that? But yeah, I believe what is happening, because it's letting me touch, but it's not touching the right place because it says the screen just grew. But that's usually not what you do tablets for anyway. But if you are, be warned, and I will file that as a bug. We'll see if it gets fixed before I manage to file the bug about having an external screen and the thing working. Well, it looks like my time is up. Thank you guys for coming. Oh, one more quick question. Okay, I think I already answered the question that I get asked the most. When will Fedora Plasma Mobile be available on my phone? And the answer is, I don't know. I don't think it might ever, the way phones are being made. But for now, we're doing x86 64s. We're going to do ARMs. And we're gearing them towards more the laptop market. There's a whole bunch of new ARMs coming out that are touchscreen and all that. And we do have some people in the KDE SIG working on that. The spin should be out with Fedora 41. And with that, I'd like to thank you all for coming and thank you all for watching. And bye. Yeah, I totally forgot about the demo.
Yeah, anytime you want to give a demo, it's just like,
Yep.
I do the same.
When I worked at Fermilab, it was always, how will my demo fail? And the people actually loved it. It was our users, Linux users group. But I haven't worked there for a while. There's no lip on this. It's like everything just slides right off. And I've got to find my.
It's a little unsettling.
I've got to find my mouse dongle. I pulled it out, and now it's somewhere. I hope I haven't stepped on it. It's a little USB plug.
So it's not that.
It's not this. Oh, great. Thanks, guys. You're welcome.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you for coming.
Well, it looks like this breakout is clear until 12:30 p.m. So feel free to either just hang out or check out one of the other breakout or main rooms. So thanks a lot. Nice working with you. So.
Probably went under the podium, I bet.
That's the Murphy's Law. Can it be moved or no?
Oh, good, that's not it. I was like, oh, no, it's broken in.
Maybe. Is that
Oh, yeah, how did it get there?
Here, I'll get it.
Oh, you got it?
With the spiders.
What'd you take? On it, or wait.
Test
wait.
it.
Yeah, let me. Where is it on?
And it's not for this.
Oh,
thing.
it isn't on.
Yeah.
That's a Logitech, this isn't on. Okay. Yeah, I saw who I was up against, and I'm like, oh, well, I never know which one of my talks people are gonna show up at. This is the one that, for me, I was the most concerned about. But I also saw what it's up against, and everybody working on the project is in other things. It's like, well,
Well, it's being recorded, so.
it is being recorded. I totally forgot about it's the resolution, even though it's mirrored, it's changed the resolution.
Oh.
So I'm gonna make that a bug.
It shouldn't.
Yeah. Well, it should make it so that you can still touch the touch.
Yeah.
Good thing is I made slides so that, it's visible. People can do it with like the drive, the push and pull thing.
Yeah.
It's really hard to make slides for that.
All right. So let me see.
So are you doing this just today? Doing the,
Well, I'm doing volunteer, so I'm doing session sharing for the morning session, and it looks like the afternoon session. And then tomorrow, I'm session sharing again, and then speaking later in the afternoon. it's either a break or someone couldn't make it, but I'm seeing a gap in the schedule. So I think it used to be. I think there used to be something there yesterday. There was somebody. Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was continuous. So yeah. Let's see.
This right here, right? Yeah. Okay. CommuniShift models? No, I was just curious about what equipment they're using. Right here. It's just a USB storage thing. I just shares the images. That's the thing. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I think that would make sense.
Test 1, 2, check.
speak my Fedora, right? So I worked for it like 13 years, and I've learned that the best way of pronouncing my surname is not to use it at all. So everybody's, I go by Tomasz. Yeah, yeah. Most people don't by my first name. And my design is kind of, it's hard to get confused.
Good afternoon, everyone. In about 10 minutes, Tomas will be speaking on Fedora infrastructure projects, I believe. So just check to see if it happens with my system. When the installation is over.
But I have it as a PDF, so I can just.
Yeah, let me ask the conference. Something interesting. Still waiting to hear back from the video folks.
We'll start a little bit late because of issues. Linux and projectors. For guys who just came, we'll start a little bit later because we have issues with the projector.
Hi, welcome everyone. Next up, we have a presentation by Tomas Urchka on Fedora infrastructure projects. Thanks.
Yep. So welcome everybody to this talk about the Fedora infrastructure projects. My name is Tomas, and let's start about who, what, why, and how Fedora infrastructure project is. So for who, it's something about me and about the team where I work. I'm part of the community platform engineering team, which is the team that's basically running the infrastructure for CentOS and Fedora. And before that, I'm software engineering grease monkey. I'm around Linux and open source for about 20 years. I'm using Fedora from Fedora Core 1 release, which is a long time ago. And I was working as a breaker of releases, in other words, release engineer for Fedora for about 10 releases. Maybe a little bit less, but I had my hands in a lot of them. And currently, my official position is product owner, but I consider myself more a cat herder because there's not really much of a product in the Fedora infrastructure, but you need to herd a lot of cats in the form of tickets and bugs and stuff that's happening all around the project. So what community platform engineering is, I already mentioned, that we are basically running all the tooling that you need to run Fedora. This talk, it will be specifically about the part of the CPE team. That's the team which is called Infrastructure and Release Engineering, and that's basically the people who are actually hands-on the infrastructure. And I will be talking only about the part of the team that's working with Fedora, because we also maintain CentOS infrastructure, but this talk will not focus on CentOS. It will be purely on folks and part of the team that works with Fedora. So what do we do and what do we have? So we have a bunch of projects that we host either on Pagure or on GitHub. Most of them are living on GitHub. When we talk about code repositories and project repositories, which are applications, they're mostly live on GitHub. Some of them live on our Pagure. You can see that it's around 200 something projects. Some of them are mirrors on the GitHub that are mirrors from Pagure. And other than services, code repositories, and let's say Ansible and other infrastructure-related things, we also maintain ARC investigations, which is basically a way on how to achieve correct results when we implement some changes in Fedora and in CPE and in infrastructure. So it's a way for us to investigate the possible solutions that we have for the problem that we have, or to formalize the problem and then get and move along with it. So that's, in a nutshell, what we do and what we all maintain. And you may ask yourself, like, but why you need to change things, right? You have a bunch of repositories that everybody has. Each project has a bunch of repositories. Each project has a bunch of ticket trackers. But why? Why do you need to change it? So this is one of the reasons. All of our repositories have more than 2,000 tickets opened currently. And that's a huge amount. And as a team with limited resources, we do have to focus on some issues that are critical, and we do have to somehow make the whole platform work. So our priorities are scattered through. We need to make sure the services run. We need to make sure that bugs are fixed in the software. We need to make sure that Fedora releases are going out. And we need to make sure that build systems are building, update systems are updating, and everything is working properly. So what engineers tend to do is that they tend to work on things they like. And engineers like some things and don't like other things. So the result of that is that some aspects of our project are kind of, I don't want to say abandoned, but a little bit forgotten. Because not everybody wants to work on projects that I call duct tape, which are basically duct taping together a bunch of infrastructure to make it work. And let's be honest, that's not necessarily the most interesting part of work for a software engineer, right? So we end up with projects that are really well maintained, really well developed, and really well distributed, and then we end up with projects that nobody wants to work on. And I think this is the kind of thing that every team has to encounter and somehow solve. So how do we want to solve this issue, and what's the new in our approach? So first, we are starting with community discussion. You can see that we have a subset or it's called category, subcategory, in our project discussions on our discussion server, which is dedicated to infrastructure projects. Currently, we are running only one infrastructure project there. That's the ARC investigation I will be talking about 2 hours from now. And we want to, at first, start the discussion, see what people think about the problem that we are trying to solve, get the input from all of you, and everybody, each and every person who is interested in Fedora and has something to say about the technical or philosophical problems that we are trying to solve. And we are more interested in the technical part, to be honest, because most of us are engineers. So first step is to start the discussions. Then when we have some output from the discussion, next step is to bring it to FESCO and see what FESCO has to say, because FESCO is the main engineering steering body of Fedora. And if we decide we want to do something, we would like to have an approval or at least some feedback from the FESCO body to say, hey guys, this is not a good idea. You don't want to do this. Or on the other hand, yeah, go for it. This is what the project needs. The project needs you to fix this. And once we get our feedback from FESCO, we will get to the real work. I'm sorry for the gifts not giving, but that was supposed to be real work. And get the feedback. Get the feedback on the work that was done, again, from all of you, users of Fedora, all of you, people who are consuming the services that we are running. And see what we did correctly, what we did badly, where we can make some adjustments, where we can basically, when our solutions are fixing the problems and not introducing new ones. Because that's a thing that's happening not only to our team, but to, I think, to all engineering teams, right? You fix one bug and then new pops up. And with feedback from you and all of the users that are in Fedora, we can fix this sooner. We can have your feedback and we know that it's broken, so we can go and fix it. And that's about how. So when do we want to, when will you see this working? So it's happening right now, kind of. The reason is that we started the Fedora Infrastructure Projects Initiative kind of at bad timing, because we were sunsetting Earl 7 things, we were sunsetting some services inside the Fedora infrastructure, so we didn't really get into kick it off properly and have all the processes in place for those 2 things that we are currently working on, which is the Git4 investigation I mentioned and GitHub to Fed message, which are 2 relatively important projects for us. Like GitHub to Fed message is the one that's monitoring GitHub projects and allowing us to monitor them from the Fedora infrastructure, and the ARC investigation I will be talking about later on. So I'm surely but slowly leading to the end of my presentation, and I made it in 10 minutes. I hope it will be longer. So do you have any questions for me about this? Like, do you have any feedback for me about this? Do you think this might work, or it might not? Yeah, Steve?
Curious about, you brought up that there's a lot of projects that this group owns, and it is currently across different locations and different namespaces, along with a lot of tickets. Did we, as a team, did we do this to, on purpose? Like, were we looking to, let's create new things? Or was it an organic growth and we're looking at, changing that into?
It was kind of an organic growth, I would say. I'd say that it grew organically. Sometimes some projects were necessary at the time. Yeah. Sorry, I need to repeat the question to the mic. So the question was, and now I can't word it properly. Can you repeat it, please?
Sure. How did we get to have so many?
Yeah. How did we get here? And to see here, we're here. How did we get here? Yes. Which means, how did we get into having 200 projects in 3 different places and having all those? So it was organic growth. We got there because we needed tooling to do that, to do this. The distribution grows, it evolves, things change. So we add things. But that's the problem. People tend to add things, but not remove them.
And that's how we got here.
Thank you.
So do we have any other questions? Yep.
So 2,000 tickets, 2 current activities underway. Is there an opportunity for community to get more involved in these activities?
Yes, that's exactly why I'm doing this talk. And that's why I try to get your attention on the discourse thread, or the discourse category for infrastructure projects. Follow it, please. You will see that there wasn't much activity in the past month. As I mentioned, we had a lot of work to do. Oh, repeat the question again. I'm really bad at this. So the question was, can you again, please?
Is there an opportunity for
Yeah.
the community to get involved?
What's the opportunity for community to get involved? And that's the reason why I am doing this talk. It's to make it publicly known that we do have like the discourse. The discourse topic is probably the best place to start. Currently, it only has one topic in there. The category has only one topic in there. But in the upcoming weeks, we'll be adding new projects that we will be going and prioritize the work on. So we will be adding new projects for the community. Even community members can come up with some projects that they would like us to fix, work, upgrade. And that's the place. Let's start at the discussions and move from there. So that's the place for community to get involved. Yeah.
This is more a comment than a question, because there have been a few times I thought that I could help with this kind of stuff, because I had the need to go recompose the distro, like compiler flag change or something, right? And the difficulty in just like doing that one simple step and looking at like the rel and like methods for doing this just make, I mean, I spent days and weeks like trying to clone some of that stuff locally so I could like change a compile flag, rebuild the entire thing, and do a like baseline test. And I mean, is there a focus on making this stuff so someone can like just sit there and be like, you know?
So the question is, or comment is that getting into a Fedora infrastructure and helping us, it's kind of complicated and it can be complex. Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
how do you
we currently in the last 7 months, I was able to rewrite parts of documentation for release engineering, and I plan to do this with cooperation with other team members, like Kevin, for example, here, to do the same thing for infrastructure and have a better documentation. So you will have a clear path for your change or your help, and you will see clearly what needs to be done. Because now, as you mentioned, it can get complex not only because the work is complex, but because of the processes. And we kind of expect, it's our fault as a team and as a Fedora, we expect you to understand our processes. And so the first thing will be to get the documentation done correctly. And we are working on that. So that's the first step. And once we do that and make it easier for all the contributors to contribute, then we can move on and iterate and make things even easier or better. Do we have anything? Yep. No?
I had just a kind of reply to the question. I would say, in my experience, some things are easier than others to work on in infra. Like there's some tools that are, like you say, very difficult just to get a local version of it even running, so you can see if your change works. But some of them are much easier. So there are projects you can kind of get involved in more easily than others. Like they vary.
So there was a comment, I'll just repeat it into the mic. There was a comment in the room for the previous question, and that is like, yeah, some of the projects are easier to contribute to, are simpler to run locally, and some of the projects are really complex, and making them running locally and making changes might not be the easiest thing to do. Yeah.
Is there some stuff that you can get rid of?
Some stuff that we can get rid of. Oh, is there some stuff that we can get rid of? Yes. I'm going to answer politely. Yes, there is some stuff we are just carrying over because of reasons, and those reasons are mostly historical, right? We did something and project evolved, we are carrying it on. Nice example of this would be the PDC stuff that we did in recent months, that we just dropped one service that we used in Fedora infrastructure for a while and don't want to. So to answer your question, yes, there are places we can remove or we can make simpler. I think the stepping stone for doing that is the Git forge. Because currently a lot of the stuff that we have is basically duct tape around Pagure, Bodhi, Bugzilla, and other points, which is duct taping everything together, which is okay, it worked, but nowadays we have better solutions to work on that. We might be able to replace some of the duct tape with something that the Git forge will provide. So I hope we will get into a simpler infrastructure in few releases. Yeah?
What skills does a person need to have in order to join in, to take part?
The question is, what is the skill set that person or experience that the person should have to join? This is a tough question because, as mentioned by Adam, like, there are parts of the projects that require very little. You need to have some Python experience, for example. You need to be able to read a little bit of code, and you can contribute. Some others even is just contributing documentation. It doesn't require, so it varies. And the best place how to judge what you are good at or what you can help with is to contact us. Contact us in the Matrix channels in Fedora infrastructure or Fedora engineering. Contact us in the Discord in the discourse thread with, hey, my name is so and so and I can write Python, or my name is so and so and I can deploy Linux systems. How can I help you? So that's probably the best place to start. Amazing question. So what is the starting point for people? Is that the question, right? If there is some easy starting point for a new person coming into the Fedora infrastructure? Not right now, but it is part of the work I'm doing, and we are making a good first issue list that I'll produce in a couple of weeks, which will include a project across our infrastructure. And at least 1 or 2 tickets in each of the trackers will be marked as good starter issue or good first issue for people who want to come in and join us. And I'm being said that we have the last 5 minutes, so do you have any questions? Yeah, David?
Just one quick one related to the last question. So do we have something like a syllabus, like a learning outcomes? So if somebody rocks up and they say, hey, I want to contribute.
Can you a little louder?
Oh, sorry. Do we have like a syllabus in mind when, like, if a new contributor rocks up, they see a good first ticket, and can we, when we're creating these, can we do something like, say, somebody that completes this ticket has the opportunity to learn X, Y, Z.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time they're actually going to achieve something.
So the question is if we have some sort of achievement, what people will achieve by working on our tickets. Is that correct? No, and I didn't even think about it, to be honest. And it's a really good point. It's a really good point to summarize in the tickets what people will learn from it. So thank you. That's a good one. So if there are no other questions, I will leave you with one quote, which I learned recently, which is kind of part of the idea that I have about this, and that's not to prioritize what's on the schedule, but to schedule our priorities. And that's what we need to do. I think we need to do in Fedora infrastructure and in Fedora in general. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tomas Určka, for a great presentation. Looks like we have a tiny break before the next set of presentations here, so feel free to roam about the expo room. Thanks.
But then, this is an opportunity to fix those kind of bugs.
going into it, it's a little open mind.
Well,
Things, the big questions now are, right now it's just cleaners, right? So,
in theory, this is fairly powerful, but yeah, the problem is obviously. Yeah, it's powerful for about 10 minutes. My talk touches on CI stuff. It's basically one of the things that we're doing right now. I think we should do
those things that you fail to get it.
I got it away, and now the back out is like a big excuse why I haven't done it. But yeah, no, I mean, it's lunchtime now, so we can chat about it now.
There's some ways to do this again. I think there's been talk about, well,
Yeah.
there's been specific, just the others is, it's negative, this thing for whatever.
Yeah.
But what are the ways to have someone also good is where fingers eventually CI results by investing in so the first is so worth it. All those things.
My personal opinion is more based on because the current setup is like this was the idea back. You remember like when expected CI was the buzzword and Red Hat and everything. So this is where the current structure comes from. So everything. Okay, OpenQA is stuff I maintain is a little bit off to the side, especially for Fedora CI is supposed to be like that. It's under OSCI, which is also the team that maintains the well, and it all uses testing bar and also green rail at nest. But as I understand it, and you know, obviously you know, there's lots of that various people on that team. As I understand it,
And so, as far as
they've never, there's never been enough focus on making everything work in Fedora and carrying it to Fedora.
right,
So they wind up focusing on well use cases because that's considered more important. And then, so the Fedora CI stuff is all there, kind of works, but it's the thing someone said in the talk earlier about how it has to use this thing, use this thing, it's going to be the standard. That's happening. So Fedora is using various things that were good to be around it, but then certainly they weren't anymore. Nobody was tasked to switch Fedora to something that's found around it. It just feels like the thing that's missing is the upstream version where we do the thing in Fedora before we do it as well. And like things get done as well. That's why Fedora is different because if you do it that way, it's very difficult to tell people, okay, now we've done it in Val, go back upstream and do it in Fedora because they're like, well, it's already in Val. Why would we spend time doing it in Fedora?
so
to me,
then
it's-
what does that mean?
I can give you technical answers like we should do GitLab for
Would this
Fedora and blah, 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 but I
get
think
things
sometimes really it needs to be
You
the
probably
same
don't
approach,
know.
the same focus on making it something. You know, caring about test results, caring about the
Sure. Right.
Having packages, you know, look at their Fedora test results, making it work. That doesn't happen in Fedora. That's just how it is. Yeah.
They changed temperature.
about two, I think, we need to do is accounts that are, they're under the company's schedule, and so this is their time. Hey, suddenly, they just pay for, worry about that all. So I think that's great, but we ran into a problem, deploying OpenShift customers, because the way OpenShift works in the US, they like those all these things, we put a bunch of other stuff in that account. And so we're like, we don't want the OpenShift installers. So we actually got in for a second account, and we set up our community cluster for a while. And that's actually a Red Hat product managed widget product. They manage it. So conceivably we could ask negative for this and just
Again, this might not be accurate. My perspective on what happened is that this wasn't working out very well for RHEL, and we needed to get, RHEL 9 or 10 or whatever it was on the cycle.
yes,
So it's just
and
like,
that
okay,
would
we
be
put RHEL
awesome
in, let's
if we
do
could do that, but we
But
can't
now that's
because we're the community organization. We can't make sub things. The interface just says, no, you're already in the organization. Talk to your organization administrator.
It's even more than OpenShift. It's
We've never got to the point where we said, okay, so you're going to take, 3
Right.
years and maximize the system so that it is the same in Fedora and ZFL, and we have this great vision and say, okay, we're going to take the pain, the cost, whatever it is, of sitting down and doing this for years and getting to the promised
Failing
land.
that,
It feels like
I don't know how
we
resources.
never quite managed that. Instead, the short-term goals became
We are running
gonna say, like, when you drill down, I think that's where I want to be in all of those layers of OCI. It's sure in testing fog, which is the same.
So in that model, you,
It's just bits on
the
top of the
repository is basically being built on.
You can merge request landing on a constant.
Right, and it's recomposing the things that need to be, but it's based on those.
weird gubbins that
And then,
happens between the
so
test and
in that model, you just,
I know, yeah.
publish that thing out all the time and say, here's raw as it is now.
Yeah.
Or do you like try to do daily raw?
Well, I guess what's the question? Back to the build system, you need to be publishing it continuously.
Right.
But out to users, right?
Well,
It's about mirror
you
making,
want-
right?
okay.
The same problems we have with paging. So we
Right.
can do it
Daily,
whatever the
whatever.
constraints of that.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. But like the same flow, I think would go to the images, right? Like once you finish building an instance of the repo, then it becomes an explicit update to each of the images to
Right.
say, all right, rebuild yourself up based on this. If you don't want to waste resources, you can have one thing, or you can go in and run. You just continuously run.
Right, right. And, you know, if it's native US and Amazon's paying for it, hey, all the time. Yeah. So, yeah, it'll be interesting.
We can't get power and Z from an AWS, right?
No.
So I think about for scaling.
Well, so right now, our S390 stuff is in LPAR on an agreement with the admins. And so they gave us, it's basically there's a staging and production one, 2 LPARs, and they're just KVM lists that we just make the ends there. So we can just use those ENs and have SSH go to there for local lists and videos. And the same thing for the PowerPC side. We have power stuff, although that's kind of flex right now because we have Power 9. And all of these people are like, you guys, we need to move to Power 10, we need to move to Power 10. And then, like, IBM's like, yeah, you should buy some Power 10. And I'm like, I don't have any money. What?
Give us
What? And so it's like this big thing. But I think it would essentially end up being the same thing, whether it's a small talk or Power 10 or whatever. And we just have to so for our, yeah, since it's more, we could just do the immediately or either way, we have hardware, so it can be safety for those too.
For Power and Z, we're using IBM Cloud's API. And we've got a static pool right now that we're using. We have code that works to auto provision. It's just the power provision takes 15 minutes.
Yeah.
To get a machine, which is too long. So we need to have like a blend. We can't go all down.
I'm surprised you got that working because IBM Cloud really sucks.
It really does.
It's the worst cloud by far. I remember Dusty and I had a meeting with them like years ago, and we're like, we're not Fedora on IBM Cloud. You know, we have this 4-hour image, and we want to get it out there. And the IBM guy's, well, yeah, there's no real way to do that. Sorry. He's like, what? You can't upload your own image? He's like, you can, but it's a per account thing. There's no global image in it, so you can't do this and you can't do that. And we're like, how is this thing working? Yeah. It's nuts.
I've never heard that anyone with a good things escape on IBM.
Yeah. So, of course, then there's the other architecture in the room coming up, the RISC-V stuff. And, well, it wouldn't be the same boat. There's going to have to be hardware somewhere, and none of the clouds will have it, so we'll have to have hardware somewhere, and we'll have SSH and
Are we getting anywhere with this idea?
well, somewhat, yes. We have a machine that is sitting in our data center, not racked yet. Boy, bureaucracy is so great. We went through all this stuff to get this machine, and then we're like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And they're like, I don't know, I don't know. And then Steve like traces out the PO and everything, and calls the vendor, and they're like, we never got a PO. We didn't send us a PO. We don't have any idea what you're talking about. So they had to go through the process again, and then they shipped it, and they didn't tell anybody. They just like,
It's like sitting in a box in the closet for a
no,
while.
it went to the data center, and the data center said, I don't have any record of this, send it back. So we had to go through all this stuff again. Anyway, that's all a complete side
Yes,
track.
all right,
But
I got it.
anyway, we have a machine there that I'm going to put a Koji hub on for USB. There is one now, it's a community one, it's in AWS, but they want a more legitimate looking one that like contributors can log into with their Fedora credentials, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, that will be there. That's there's nothing that's rackable. All the stuff is like very rinky-dink, soft card, you know, fiddly stuff. And there's a couple vendors that are claiming they're going to start putting out some stuff later this year, so that's kind of what we're doing for. But so probably next year we'll get some actual hardware, and then see if it can keep up. That's going to be the big question. Right.
Is that what you would do here when you say you would set up a code and how it's going to be lost later?
There used to be Koji Shadow, but it's bit rotted massively. But there's another thing that uses Fedora messaging, so it can actually see builds as they're happening and then try to move them. But there's also this community guy who, you know, doesn't sleep and does a billion builds on the community thing right now. So he would probably also be making sure it stays current. But they have, they think they're keeping overall right now. Yeah. There's still some stats that are not working right. Overall. Let me see. Everyone's very eager on it, like in the outside world, but it is making all the mistakes that aren't made, right? So, like, there's all these code levels, or I forget what they're called, but you know, there's all different vendors like ARM, and they do it different ways. And yeah, and there's different code levels, and some hardware supports some other. And then you run into the same dichotomy with ARM. There's like all these little keyboards that are useful for like powering your lights or something like that. And then there's a few big server boards, and of course RHEL wants to support the big server boards, and Fedora wants the little tiny boards. So it's exactly ARM all over again. So. Yeah.
I was just talking to Brandon about how complex it's going to solve all our problems.
have that kind of groups, that's where it's based.
Oh, there's not gonna be a huge group of us,
Yeah, if it's just a few people, then we'll just have one group. We have, basically, we want like, yeah, 7 plus or minus 2. So, we can start with one group, when people show up, we can say, start with a new group or split off.
Yeah, I'll get some stickies and you want whiteboard or what?
We shouldn't need the whiteboard, but we need stickies and markers.
Okay.
Who here has done a lean coffee thing? Yeah, so a lean coffee is basically like a bar camp real fast. So there's a general topic like, I don't know, get forage or whatever you want to talk about. And then everybody writes on a piece of paper something they're interested in talking about. You put them in the middle, you get 2 marks on the ones you're interested in. Facilitator puts them in order and then has a timer, 5 minutes to talk about that thing. And at the end of 5 minutes, everybody does thumbs up or thumbs down, no judgment. And then if it's if there's thumbs up majority, we keep talking for another 5 minutes and do another vote. If there's if it's just 2 people thumbs up, those people can go talk about it later. And it does a pretty good job of like, then we'll just go to the next topic. Yeah. And I think if enough people here, we can start if it comes back. This precise group, we need to find somewhere where we can kind of be all in a circle, though, because otherwise it won't work. Mike's going to not be in the circle. You're observing. So you're circling around.
Why did we move all the chairs?
What? Why did we?
Yeah, isn't this a
Yeah, but.
kind of rectangular circle?
Kind of rectangular circle. Yeah, we can turn this to a T.
Geographically, it's a circle.
Okay. I want to, it needs to be a circle of about, 5, 7, 8, 9 people in a circle, and 8 people in a row is not certainly enough. But, so if you just stand back up. Yeah, just get, if we could make the tables disappear, I would stop stressing out, but,
I don't care what the tables away. You want the tables gone?
take all the tables away.
Or, I mean, if that's what you want me to do, man.
Yeah, if we put all the, put the tables over on that side. There's no second.
Yeah, put them away.
Okay, yeah. All right, literally take them away. Excellent, excellent.
Try not to create a fire hazard by
Okay, man, Union State? Are you allowed to do that? Just to, yeah, no. Let's make it order. We are.
back to back. It's very much like a farm, but in a small setting on this one topic.
Maybe you could go over the objectives and there's fragmentation, there's more contributors, there's.
I think we're going to anything related to anything related to growing Fedora. Give it to me. You've written the thing down. We'll put them here. And then,
One idea,
yeah, the thing you look to talk about.
Quick question, I joined late, but is as a technical level or as a contribution?
Anything you'd like to talk about your strategy, yes, or, and then, no.
I'm going to set up a whiteboard here so we can actually look at the notes that people are submitting.
All right, yeah, this is. I envisioned that we would have a place where we can easily make some groups of small numbers of people, which is this works. We don't seem to have a space where we can do that. So, Mike, would you like to?
I don't think there's anything going on in the
Okay,
paper.
okay. So let's go out to the main room and do this. Excellent. That's a big break idea. Stop, wait, let me tell you what we're doing first, okay? At each table, you will write down on a card what topic you'd like to talk about. Then one person will be the facilitator, and that person will keep a clock. And after 5 minutes, it's like everybody will vote on the topics that they want. Everybody will write a card, and everybody gets 2 marks on the cards to say this is something I want to vote for. Put them in stack order, and then just go through them from the top down. The facilitator watches the clock, and after 5 minutes says vote, and then people vote thumbs up, thumbs down. If it's thumbs up, you keep talking on the topic. If it's thumbs down, you flip it to the next one, no judgment. If it's just 2 people who want to keep talking, those 2 people can talk about that later. It should also be thumbs down. And one person also. All right. Yeah. Okay. There. That was the explanation. Thank you. This is much better. Thank you, Mike, so that somebody is going to.
yeah.
No, not at all. Bring some sticky notes and put them in. Yeah.
There's a call commitment for the main room.
What is the topic there?
have to, the things are woven symmetrically, right? It would have to be fabric that had a hook, like, it would have to be fabric that if only in one direction, that they would slide past each other, but in the opposite direction, they'd have like hairs that would catch. So the fabric would have to be unidirectional in that the thread
here. Oh, this is way better setup
Is
than the
that
other one.
USB-C?
No.
Let me grab the brick then.
But does not benefit the developers from an accountability perspective, I feel. That at 4 weeks, people would
At least they give you a clicker.
start the month.
That's kind of good.
I've got lots of time. And then they would.
Well, if you've got yours, we can just use that, but they leave you a clicker here, which is nice.
Both have clickers.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Future.
Oh my gosh, you're so innovative.
It is the future. Oh, this thing doesn't have a lip.
Oh, and this thing doesn't have, this is not a clicker, is it?
No, that's a clicker.
Oh, yeah, there
it's
it
one of those weird ones, but
Yeah.
yeah, just plug it into a USB here.
April. Just to make sure I'm not stealing it.
Are you sure we're here?
I have no idea what the hell is going on.
Do you want to try and go find
I'm gonna go find
Aoife or
Aoife.
Matthew or someone?
I'm gonna go
Because
find Aoife. Watch over my stuff.
yeah.
I have no fucking clue what's going on right now, and I'd like to know. Relics.
And also it's like, yeah, and it's also Fedora Rawhide in your end. Technically, we're trying to keep it going so that Fedora 11 goes smoothly. And so with all these demands,
Yeah, Davida, we're here.
Okay.
for libraries, we did a negotiation where I said, here's how
Well,
For some definition of here.
my laptop is unhappy, so
Well, we can try mine as long as I
Let
can
me-
plug it into power.
let me see if I can turn it on. Well, no, I don't know what's happening. I think it's in some weird suspense state. Worst case, I'll turn it off and reboot.
Okay. I can do it as well as long as I have a way to plug into power.
All right.
Did it work?
I don't know. I'm turning it back on now.
When do we get Nokia? 5 minutes ago.
Like, when will we get Nokia on Nokia Asahi edition?
Fuck, don't even ask me.
I should have the other new.
Yeah, don't ask me those questions.
This is the demo machine in the mix. People can pass around and play with. If it's just a stock KD with a bunch of games and the screensaver disabled.
I don't know. Maybe it is. I haven't opened it yet. I haven't had time. I've been running around like a crazy person.
Okay.
I got Asahi. I'm probably the only one in the room other than you two. You don't see many MacBooks that work so far. I have one. Nice.
Mine is my hotel.
You're going to be the first person.
Although it's the other MacBook, I don't want to look at it because it makes me sad. And my
And these. Okay, these are the slides. Now, let's get the display going.
And you remembered to take the privacy thingy off.
Already did that.
Don't forget do not disturb.
Mirror, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, but someone needs to turn that shit on.
Are you ready for me to press button?
Yeah, you can press the buttons.
These were at scale where like only Asahi Macs it was really But if you had you guys just had a pilot for Asahi Macs. Still cool that they are.
Okay, this my clicker works. Does your clicker work?
Let's find out. No.
Did you turn it on?
I might not have.
You did not.
Yay!
Yeah, your clicker works. Okay.
Sweet, we have 2 clickers. This has never happened before.
So okay, we have 2 mics, which is good. We can do whatever. How does this?
I think I'm better holding the thing that moves.
Are you better with the singer thing? Okay. You do
Yeah,
the
I
singer
love the
thing.
singer thing.
And then I'll do this one. Well, it is a small room, but I think it's probably
You are a rude
okay.
person. You are a rude person.
Are we on time? Should we start? Should we wait? Do you want to go out there and wave frantically and tell people to come in if they want to see the talk? All right.
Okay.
They're waving people in right now.
Okay, they're waving people, then I don't have to do the waving.
Then let's give people a minute and we can get started.
Yeah, we have time.
I don't think we'll fill the full hour anyway, so.
I don't write these things to fill the full hour. I only really struggle with the 25-minute slots.
Yeah, no, I think it'll be fine. No, these are 55, but we have done this in 25, which is much more unpleasant.
Yeah, we've done this, I think, in a 20-minute and a 25-minute version, and those are way harder to do.
Yeah.
Well, so the problem is with 25-minute slots is that figuring out what the pacing is going to be so that you have room for questions. Yes, and it's 2 of you. Yeah. Well, I mean, I screwed up and like used up my entire time slot for the KDE revival talk. So there was like almost no time for questions. I always don't do that. Because that's a lot of time to waste. Although if I am killing time waiting for people to show up, sure. Nice. Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, let's wait 2 minutes and then we can get started.
Sure, works for me. We're juxtaposed by the guy doing the miracle one, and he's got his Ubuntu presentation template and everything.
Is that good or bad?
Oh, it's just funny. It's just people don't show up to Flock with it, with an Ubuntu presentation template.
I feel like that would be entertaining. Come on. Why wouldn't?
Well, because the guy's a Canonical employee over there talking about Fedora Miracle.
That's hysterical.
I know.
Yeah?
I saw the talk, I think we were first to have here for Fedora.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all think about 55 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But y'all got moved into this room?
Yep.
Yeah.
Kevin has a talk in here at 4:30.
What?
I think y'all might only have 30 minutes.
You only have 25 minutes now.
Oh my
I
God.
don't know. Well, we'll see what happens in half an hour, I guess. No, that is fine. All right, let's just get started. It's fine.
I think they're just going to have the
All right.
other one over there rather than in here.
If someone kicks us out in half an hour, we'll continue in the hallway and we'll figure it out.
Yep.
All right, cool. Hi, I'm Davide.
And I'm Neil.
We'll be talking about Fedora Asahi Remix and what we've been doing for the past year. That 2 clickers, that is the downside. We are both humans. We both do a lot of stuff. Most of it not super relevant for this talk.
Yeah. I didn't grow another bullet point since the last.
You did get another bullet point on that slide, so Neil has more bullet points than me.
I know I'm missing some. I did that's fine.
How could you do this to us?
Fine. Next time there'll be more.
Also, I work at Meta. I am now wearing my Meta hoodie, so this is a Fedora talk, as you can tell by the slide template. All right, let's talk about Asahi and what's been going on and what Asahi is.
So Fedora Asahi is ultimately run by the Fedora Asahi SIG, which is a special interest group that maintains Apple platform software. So that includes particularly Apple Silicon platforms, but even things like the sync libraries and stuff for iPods and iPads and whatever on Linux are all part of this. We develop and maintain the variants of Fedora Media for Apple Silicon and also maintain all the Apple integration software that exists within the Fedora ecosystem.
All right, and the Fedora Asahi Remix is a derivative of Fedora optimized and meant to run on Apple Silicon hardware devices, like that MacBook down there that you are welcome to play with if you would like. It is basically Fedora and it's meant to be just like Fedora Linux with the minimum amount of changes necessary to make the hardware work well. And this amounts to having a custom kernel, a custom Mesa. We need a custom Mesa both because the driver is still in the process of being upstreamed and also because Mesa is tightly coupled with the kernel. We need a custom U-boot, primarily because there's a fairly large-ish patch set on top of U-boot that is in the process of getting upstreamed. And then it's a remix, so it needs the remix branding and special sauce things.
Note, not special.
Well, you get what I mean.
I know.
Like,
No,
the magical branding packages and all of that are not super well documented.
Yes.
We have 4 flavors. We have KDE, GNOME, Server, and Minimal.
So Fedora Asahi Remix KDE is our flagship experience. It's a partnership between the Asahi SIG and the KDE SIG, along with upstream Asahi Linux contributors. So this is, if you've used the Fedora KDE spin on On x86 platforms or other ARM platforms, this is basically the same software collection, just with some slight twists to make sure that things work fine for the Apple platform. So you have all the same things around the branding, Firefox, SE Linux, everything you would normally expect in a Fedora KDE install. You will have here just on top of the Apple Silicon enablement work.
And if you happen to prefer GNOME, GNOME is also an option. And the GNOME variant is effectively Fedora Workstation with just the layered on top the hardware enablement. There's a few minor tweaks around branding and usability, but nothing that will make it a meaningfully different experience from Fedora Workstation that you know and love.
And then there's server and minimal, which are the headless variants that we have. This is really because both David and I started doing this stuff to do testing and other headless things with an ARM platform that didn't suck. And so these were really the first ones that came into existence for us to be able to, well, use an ARM platform in a way that didn't suck.
Yes, turns out you can buy a Mac Mini and run it 24/7 and it will not spontaneously catch fire, which is not true for a lot of embedded development boards that are not designed to run 24/7.
And even some that are.
All right, let's talk about where we are now. So right now we have broad support for our Macs. The Remix runs on all M1 and M2 released laptops and desktops, with one exception, which is the Mac Pro. There is some like basic support for the Mac Pro, but the problem with the Mac Pro is one, it's a stupid machine that there is very little reason to buy and own, so it has not been a priority.
It's a stupid machine with a stupid price. That's the important part.
It also has hardware-specific quirks only in that model that make it slightly more annoying. So it just hasn't been a priority. But everything else, including the iMacs, the all-in-one devices, and all of that works. From the Linux side, we treat the firmware and the macOS version as kind of the boundaries. So the API that we interface with is the firmware that is provided by the macOS side. So right now we target 13.5, which is the version on the other side of the fence. And like the basic stuff you would expect works fine. So we have hardware accelerated graphics, we have camera, we have the silly touch bar that you can see on that laptop, which, yeah, the touch bar, by the way, is a display. So you can run Doom or whatever you want on it. Yeah, it is.
Fun
its own
fact,
thing.
when we first enabled it, it started sending the regular display graphics right into that thing.
Yeah.
That was fun to debug.
I believe we still have an entertaining paper cut where when you shut down the machine, if you look closely to the corner of the touch bar, it does a little thing, yeah, because Plymouth.
I think it's so cute. I wish I could like do a little animation on it.
Yep.
You can.
Oh, you probably can,
Yeah, you absolutely can do that. It's just that Plymouth doesn't know how to handle multiple heads of different sizes, so it doesn't do anything special yet.
We have speaker support, which we'll talk about in a minute, on all models except the iMac, because the speaker support requires doing modeling of how the audio works, and the speakers in the iMac are physically different than the speakers in other devices, and we need to buy more iMacs.
Yeah,
and we have
probably do.
HDMI output on MacBooks with physical HDMI ports. So that laptop doesn't have HDMI output because that laptop only has DisplayPort USB-C ports, and the DisplayPort stack is still work in progress. But if you have a MacBook like the larger ones that have physical HDMI, those work fine. And obviously, if you have like a Mac Mini or a Mac Studio, those work fine.
So basically, if you have one of the 16-inch or 14-inch MacBook Pros, they will have the port. If you have any the 13-inch or the Airs, they won't have it.
On things that do not work yet, well, the microphone doesn't work. Turns out the microphone on these devices is interesting. The microphone is controlled by a custom IP block that uses a custom ISA and runs, for God knows what reason, magical firmware. All of the reverse engineering necessary to enable this has been done, but it just needs to be wired up everywhere. HDMI audio support is technically there, but it's disabled by default because there were some issues with it. It should come out, I believe, in the next few weeks, enabled by default.
Maybe.
DisplayPort Thunderbolt is still work in progress. It is actively being worked on, but it's just been a while. And turns out modern USB is very complex, and getting it somewhat working is fine. Getting it working reliably so that if you unplug a massive chain of devices, nothing implodes, that's harder.
Yeah. It's fun seeing the whole stack crash just because you plugged something in.
Yeah. Well, for some value of fun. Other things that are specific to these devices is these devices have a secure enclave processor that could technically be used to implement a TPM, but is not a TPM itself. This requires enablement, and it's also what will be required if we want to get secure boot running on these models. This is not done yet. We also don't have Touch ID, because Touch ID is tight. Touch ID is the thing that lets you unlock it by just using your fingerprint. That's also not implemented because it's tied to this thing.
So we talked about how we don't have microphone, but we do have speakers. The way we were able to enable the speakers is that we have this really special audio stack that gives you speaker protection. It actually it re-implements the stuff that in typical x86 laptops or other platforms you tend to see that there's like magic sauce firmware thingies that like do the audio processing before sending it out to the speakers. Well, Macs don't have that. They have just a resistor wire going straight to the computer, so you have to do it in software, and that's what this stack does for us. But the upside is that you can actually choose how, like we provide a very neutral, clean-sounding way of doing this, but like you could change this and do whatever kind of audio profile that you want with your sound, and that's pretty cool, and there's a lot more details about it, and in theory you can use this to enhance the audio quality of any computer, because none of this is special.
None of this is specific to Apple Silicon. It's just on these machines you have to do this to get decent audio quality, and you have to implement speaker protection, because if you just drive current through the speaker, you will burn it. While on most laptops, there's a hardware limiter that doesn't let you do that. But most laptops have unpleasant audio quality. On these laptops, we are able to use software to make the audio quality better, and there's nothing stopping people to apply the same principle to other laptops if they wanted to do so. The one thing I want to mention is the best extender, because I think that's cool. Turns out modern psychoacoustics allows us to do fancy things to the brain, so that even if your laptop only has two tiny tweeters in the top that cannot reproduce bass frequencies, you perceive bass as if it were there and as if it were in the right place. I do not understand how this actually works, but it does, and it is cool. And again, this is something that is just a filter in the speaker chaining wire plumber, so you could use it anywhere else. We also have Fedora Asahi Remix and Asahi Linux in general as the first conformant OpenGL 4.6 implementation on the platform. Conformant means that it conforms to the standard. Apple does not provide a standard conformant OpenGL implementation on macOS.
It passes the CTS.
Ours does. This means you can run games, you can run Blender. It is technically better than macOS. And you can read Alyssa's blog for all the details on this. This is shipped on that machine and in the builds you have now.
That's what it's running right now.
And there is Blender on that machine too that you can play with if you know how to use Blender.
And all of this is running on top of the most awesome Linux desktop out there, KDE Plasma. And with KDE Plasma 6, this is the latest major version, latest stack, and full first-class Wayland, both upstream and downstream in here. So Wayland is default and upstream KDE. There's a lot of little refinements across the board. It's not too different from if you've been using KDE Plasma 5 for the past 10 years. It's pretty similar. But it is essentially the best of what you, if you liked what KDE Plasma did before, this is the best of what it was before. There's more details on Fedora Magazine if you want to look it up more. And related to all of that, this is the chain of all the things that we did over the past, 4 years.
Some of the things that we did.
Well, major changes.
Yeah.
Major changes over the past 4 years. Actually, we're missing one because the F40 change for Wayland only.
Oh, yeah.
Wayland only Plasma is not on that list.
No.
But yeah, this stuff was geared towards improving the Fedora KDE experience for everybody, but also geared towards making the Apple Silicon platform not suck with Fedora.
Yeah, it's worth stressing this platform is Wayland only from a support standpoint. You can technically run X. It will likely not be a fantastic experience. There are known issues with X that we just cannot fix. And most of the development focus is on Wayland, and everything we ship by default is Wayland.
Yeah?
Apple Silicon, is it even in the only ARM Apple platform with X problems? You can't do X on ARM Chromebooks?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, so Chromebooks and Apple Silicon platforms share a lot in common when it comes to their display pipeline. So they have all the same issues.
We also have that speaker issue on a couple x86 models.
Yep.
There's no audio protection in firmware. It's terrible.
Yeah. You should be able to use the same mechanics that was used there.
Yeah. The main thing for, just a moment about the audio tuning thing, since it came up, the main thing you have to do is that you have to basically record the audio ambiance from the speakers and be able to use it as a way of tuning what the software will send to the speakers. And once that's done, you have all of this in place. I think Hector wrote up a little post about how to actually do it.
Yeah, for the tuning part, yeah, and for the protection, it's basically
automatic.
a watchdog system where the kernel will cut the speakers off by default unless user space keeps tickling it and telling it it's fine, you can keep it going.
And it's optimized in such a way that it doesn't affect the battery life.
Well,
oh.
One of them that if it's suspenseful speakers are running, it will scream when it turns back.
That seems very bad. Please fix that.
Please
yes.
fix, yes.
Someone in the back? Yeah?
Yeah.
For the audio tuning, did some person provide the tuning for it, or did they have an automatic?
One person has to do the calibration once in a decent environment with a decent microphone, and then the world can have it.
Yeah. So the question was, how is it being done?
Yep.
You're in a quiet room. You have a microphone. You have a studio mic. You take a sample, and then you do the tuning based on that.
Okay, but it's not automatic.
Yeah.
No.
No.
But this
It's
needs
only,
like
right?
okay equipment. This doesn't need like studio level equipment to get good results. Even better.
Well, you probably could. So you probably could automate it if you have a sufficiently pristine environment.
I think some phones do
Oh
that
my
for
God, that's
headphones,
like
but yeah.
Is there no way to reverse engineer like whatever Apple ships?
So the question is there no way to reverse what Apple ships? There probably is. My understanding is that the Asahi developers think what Apple did was bad, and so they did not ship that version.
The other thing is, for a variety of reasons, often you don't necessarily want to reverse engineer code. What you want to be able to tell is, what is the machine doing when this happens? And what can we infer from this behavior to implement what we need on the Linux side? Like, there are constraints there to make sure that the process is done in a way that is legally safe and all of that.
Clean room reverse engineering requires you to not understand what the code is doing.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, so you can download these today on fedorasahi.org. If you're there is a curl pipe bash command that you can run on your Mac OS system, and we will talk about the installation process a bit later. And what this does is that it will install the remix on your machine, and then you can play with it. The first release for us was Fedora Linux 39 in December of last year, and we released 40 early in May, and I expect we release 41 probably on schedule.
Yeah, we're a lot tighter and closer to Fedora in terms of keeping the development pace in place. Like, we just started working on testing 610X kernels, and I guess we'll soon have to do 611 because that's what's going to release in 41.
Oh, and on that website there's also dailies, so if you want to run today's rawhide, assuming it built, because it doesn't build every day.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't
then, yeah, I need to work on the monitoring for that.
Yeah.
We'll talk about the infra in a bit.
Yep.
Oh yeah, coming soon. We also have Vulkan in the pipe. Alyssa has been working on a Vulkan implementation based on the MVK driver. This has been merged from Mesa 24.3. It has support from M1 and M2. It has fancy things like DXVK, which means you can run direct 3D games if you use something like Proton. This is not something you can use now today. It is explicitly not meant for people to use it now. It needs several layers of enablement on many parts of the stack to be useful, and it's not stable enough that we can unleash it on users in a way that they would have a good experience. But it is coming, and it will get there, and there are screenshots, and you should read Alyssa's blog for details. There's examples of various things she's been able to run on it. All right, now let's talk about the fun stuff. So,
what we're here for.
Yeah.
So the first part of this is, we've kind of hinted a little bit about like this hardware enablement. So this is the primary reason we have this platform and this remix. It turns out the Linux kernel is not quite a walk in the park. It's, oh my God, that flickering. Okay, so the Linux kernel, the biggest thing is that all the development processes for the Linux kernel and the development processes that the Asahi Linux team have are completely different, and the cultures between the two have made it more than a little frustrating at times to get things upstream. There is still kind of work going on. It's very slow, but there's still the goal of getting things upstream, but it has been challenging enough that we have refocused the prioritization to ship things as they are validated, and then work backwards towards getting them into mainline, because early on we discovered that the process was just too slow to be able to make anything releasable.
Yeah. The other thing we found early on is that this platform is different enough that often getting proper support for specific components requires major refactoring of subsystems. So for example, the power handling, the way it's implemented on the platform, right now the way we ship it is kind of a shim CPU idle driver. But if we were to do it properly, that would require some major subsystem level rework, which is doable, but that will require coordination with everybody else, and this stuff just takes time. So we have been trying to prioritize between having something supportable in the future and also having something we can ship now and that people can use.
And then the user space stuff was not, it was pretty painful too, actually. But the Chromiums, this is how I get to learn how many copies of Chromium exist in the Fedora distribution, because Apple, yeah, well, thank God. So what we discovered quite early on, when we were first bringing it up, was that Plasma would crash when we logged into the system, and it turns out that we use Qt Web Engine to connect to online accounts automatically in the background, and when it dies, it takes the whole thing down with it. And so when digging into it, it was, oh, there's this whole issue of like it's not supporting the page size, which doesn't make sense because we don't build it in a page size specific way. Nope, turns out Chromium. And so we verified this by trying to run Fedora's Chromium package, and that also crashed. And it went all the way back up, and eventually we got a fix done upstream. And the big part for us from the Fedora side was that I had to go and backport it to all the different Chromiums that we have in Fedora, which turned out to be 4. That was a lot of Chromiums to deal with.
It was the JavaScript interpreter, right? Chromium.
Yes.
Yeah.
So V8 gets to know what the page size is, and
yeah.
it actually only had support for 4K. One guy upstream worked with us and made it so that it now supports 16K. 64K still doesn't work because apparently they have to rewrite the entire memory allocator for that. That's
good thing we don't have to run 64K on this platform.
Oh gosh, yeah, but I worry about the Grace Hopper.
Well, and it's worth a tangent. So we run 16K on this platform because that's the native page size for the platform. You can technically boot kernels built with 4K.
But you get no peripherals in the process.
Yeah, the peripherals don't work, and also it's just not something we would recommend using. That's not what the hardware is designed for. That's not what macOS runs on. That's not what Apple tests.
The bridge between, to be more precise here, the bridge between the core CPU and the peripherals through the IOMMU, the IOMMU only works in 16K pages, and in Linux, you cannot do memory IOMMU in 16K and everything else in the Linux kernel in 4K like you can in macOS, so this is why you can't do it. Yeah, sure, but
yes.
There is that too. There's a lot of reasons why we're not doing this.
Yeah.
But this led to a whole bunch of things around Chromium, and it's fixed in Chromium 102, which incidentally is also the first release where Wayland actually works properly with Chromium.
Yay.
Yeah, well, 102 was 2 years ago, but I believe most Electron applications this year finally got updated to this version of Chromium, so we're good now.
That's nice.
Yeah, like I said, this year. So for going on from that, we also had the fun problem of the fact that pointer authentication was clearly never tested. Because we turned on pointer authentication in Fedora 33, and it turns out there was no real hardware in the world when that was being done. And literally when the M2 came out, we booted these machines, they did not work. And it turned out GNOME especially was affected where it would crash on login. This sounds familiar. So after experiencing this with Plasma, it's you know what? Let's go look at what happens with the login stack. And no, it doesn't crash at the login stack. It actually crashes at the GNOME shell because at that point, you start having the JavaScript engines run. So Mons.js, which got fixed pretty quickly, but then WebKit-GTK was another one, and that was oh, crap, here we go again. But it was different. In this case, it's because pointer authentication and BTI require you, if you have any handwritten assembler, you have to do special marking, you have to rework some parts of it to do that, and no, we're not doing that. So we just went through everywhere this happened, we turned it off.
Well, on the plus side, if you happen to run ARM instances on AWS, the new Gravitons there also have BTI, so hopefully less stuff will be broken there.
Yeah, I don't think everything in Fedora has been fixed because I definitely have not tested every single language runtime, and new language runtimes now have JITs in them.
Yeah, I'm sure basically anything with a JIT at least needs testing, probably needs work.
I have not tried Ruby 3.0 and I have not tried Python 3.13. So those are probably going to be fun.
I think Python is fine. I don't know about Ruby.
Yeah.
Python hasn't broken for me yet.
Excellent.
Okay, so
good to know.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice.
So Jeremy Litton over here in the audience has just said people elsewhere are actually actively trying to fix this, or he is fixing it.
That is good.
ARM
Okay.
people. ARM people
Excellent.
are fixing it. There you go. So.
All right. Now let's talk about the installer because the installer is fun.
Oh gosh.
So these machines have what has been called a bespoke boot chain. The way we install these machines is that you run macOS, you run that very nice curl pipe bash command. That command downloads a Python installer. The installer guides you through resizing your macOS partition and checking it's not corrupt. Because it's like in Windows, like you have to run scan disk before in case it's corrupt. And then once you have space, it lays down the OS image for the version of Fedora you want.
You're missing the copy of macOS we download to put in between.
Oh, no, that's right. In between, we have to install a copy of macOS that we will use as a bootloader. After that, we lay the OS image. Then we boot your machine in a special mode where we tell you to power it down and power it on by pushing a button. That puts it in recovery mode. In recovery mode, it guides you through swapping the kernel of the stub macOS install with our stage 1 bootloader. So from the point of view of the firmware, it's still booting macOS, except it's not booting the macOS kernel, it's booting our stage 1 bootloader.
Which pretends to be macOS.
Which pretends to be macOS. And then from the next boot, our stage 1 bootloader chain loads the stage 2 bootloader, which is the same bootloader, but this way we can update it without doing this rigmarole every time. This chain loads U-boot.
Which then chain loads grub.
Well, there's a step in the middle. U-boot starts up the UEFI emulation, so it puts up a vaguely system-ready-esque environment. Then you get into, then it's just normal Fedora. You just get grub and then Linux and so on and so forth. So
with no working EFI services, that's the important part.
Yes, we don't have EFI services, we don't have the variable store. Luckily, we don't need either of those.
It was originally on and it apparently broke things, so we turned it off.
Telling you right now your change proposal to make this release blocking is denied.
We can talk about CI later. That's another fun topic. So initially we were just using the installer artifacts that Upstream produces because we just wanted to get this working. But one of the goals here is to get all of these eventually integrated and built in Fedora infrastructure using everything from Fedora as if, like getting stock Fedora. Yeah, this is really annoying. So we... Yeah. So we worked on getting, the first step was getting the stage 1 for the bootloader built in Fedora, and the stage 1 for the bootloader is written in Rust, so we had to do some finagling with the Rust packaging to make sure we were building that properly. And then we had to build the installer. Now the installer is a macOS, is a Python application that runs on macOS. macOS happens to ship Python, but it ships kind of a not useful version of Python, shall we say. So it turns out to do something useful, we have to ship our own Python. Also, because the installer has to run twice, it has to run on macOS, but it has to run in the recovery environment. We also need libffi, because it turns out the recovery environment doesn't have libffi, and we happen to need that. Now, as you might know, we cannot build macOS applications in Koji. I
don't want to.
That would be problematic. So we have negotiated with Fesco an exception that we are able to ship these two things as pre-built artifacts that we get. We get Python from Upstream Python, so it's the Upstream release Python binary for macOS. And we get libffi from Homebrew.
Yeah, we steal a blob from Homebrew.
And then, as part of the package build for Asahi installer, we pack this up in the way they're supposed to be. We check the checksums and everything. We put them into a sub-package. And then, right now, we just have the sub-package and we start the installer from there. But long-term, what I would really like to do is fix that
Punji.
unholy amalgamation of Punji and Welder and whatever other parts are in the system, so that this gets laid down in the install tree nicely. Like alongside the pkg-boot directory, we get an Asahi installer directory, and this is done there, so then I can just point the endpoint there and everybody
Oh,
is
and we'll also
happy
have to
ever
have
after.
and we also probably want a mirror manager redirect link so it can use the mirror
Yeah,
network.
like there's a bunch of like niceties to do, but this is already better than what we had before, which was just using the upstream ones unchanged. Also, a nice side effect of this is that we can do branding. So now the stage 1 M1 and 1 has the Fedora logo. So from power button to boot, you only see the Fedora logo. You see the Apple logo for a split second, and then the Fedora logo.
And then the Asahi logo, not the Fedora logo.
No,
not with this one.
No.
Because with the stage 1, the Asahi one you see is the stage 1. And if we build the stage 1 in Fedora, the stage 1 has the Fedora logo.
So now, as of right now, if you
Yep.
go and get it from FedoraAsahiRemix.org, you will get Fedora Stage 1, Fedora Stage 2. If you go from AsahiLinux.org and use theirs, you'll
Yep.
get Asahi Stage 1, Fedora Stage 2.
And related to this, because this is starting to get a bit complicated, we realized we kind of needed documentation. So we already had user documentation, and we spent a fair bit of time expanding it and like addressing common issues. But one thing I really wanted to get written down was what makes the remix different from stock Fedora, because that was something that is useful to know and is useful to be able to point people at. And also, how is this thing put together in the first place? It turns out we're not the only ones that want to do these kind of things.
But no one else knows how to do it.
There are other platforms that could benefit from hardware enablement-focused remixes to help get them going and then get things integrated in Fedora. So we spent a bunch of time putting together how this works, and you can read those links if you want, and you can go on the doc side. I will spend half a minute, given that I'm not kicking us out yet, to explain how the infra works, because I think it's interesting for this audience specifically. So we build the images in Kiwi, and Neil will talk about Kiwi in a minute. These images are currently built on AWS. We have an AWS, let me walk this in my head. We have an AWS Lambda that kicks off periodically.
That starts an EC2 instance.
The Lambda fires off an EC2 instance. The EC2 instance does the build. We can't do the build in Lambda because it takes too long. And then it does the build, and then it shows the artifacts into S3. There's another Lambda that tails some queue thing, and then when there's a signal there, it regenerates the manifest. So this then shows up in the things that are available to install.
And then at the final step, we regenerate the website, because that's how the list is shown.
Yeah, and then there's a bunch of other like ancillary pipelines to make this work, because we didn't want to deploy the Lambdas by hand. So there's like fancy DevOps automation around it. But like we do this in AWS because we can't build this yet in Koji, because building this requires, as you have heard so far, components that are not part of Fedora infrastructure, like our custom kernel, our custom Mesa, and so on. So baby steps.
Yeah.
But we could build this in Koji, because Koji knows how to build Kiwi images now.
Yep.
The missing step there would then be making Koji take the Kiwi image and convert it into the format that the installer needs.
Which is really, we have to enhance Kiwi to do it automatically.
Yeah, but it's basically like a zip file with files with specific names and a little JSON. So that would be fairly straightforward. And then it just works.
Yep.
And surprisingly so.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. You want to talk about Kiwi?
Yeah. So like as part of doing this, we originally tried to do this with the Fedora imaging tools that exist, and I never wanted to bash my head more into a table than trying to get Oz to produce something. And that was, and I already didn't want to use it, but I was like, well, we should try to make this work in a way that we can reuse this in Fedora. And then it's like, you know what? No, this is not worth it. So we went into trying a bunch of different tools, and one of the things that led us ultimately to using Kiwi, aside from the fact that I developed it upstream, was that it allowed us to set the custom disk geometry correctly so that we could so we could create the final image, because it has to be 4K aligned, it has to be one megabyte aligned partitions with 4K aligned block sizes and all this other weird stuff that we have to do so that we can chop the image correctly to be packed up for the installer bundle that we have to create. And on top of that, the declarative mechanism and being able to have the composition structure with the Kiwi profiles made it very easy for us to maintain all the different variants without having to duplicate too much between them. So
yeah, and doing local builds is easy. So as long as you have an ARM machine somewhere, whether it's your laptop or some like cloud instance, you can just do a build immediately and test it and fire it off, and that's been pretty handy.
In the very early days, before I had access to anything useful at my house to do this, I would use the packager ARM64 machines to just run this, and they worked fine. It was a little slow because those machines are a little constrained, but it was fine.
Did you not it?
I did not. I managed to not it. It was actually
nice.
surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a U.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so as I said earlier, the idea is to eventually have this, to just be Fedora. We don't want to keep maintaining the remix forever. That's not the goal here. The goal is to get everything integrated into Fedora and ideally get everything integrated so that then other distributions can integrate it. And there are, in fact, projects to get this into Ubuntu, into other distros. Ubuntu, Debian, Nix are the ones I know. And OpenBSD is the other one I know of. But I'm sure there are more. So we are getting there. I think right now, as I mentioned, there is that page that shows exactly what the delta is, but it primarily amounts to the kernel, U-boot, Mesa, and then as a side effect of that, the like build and release ancillary stuff. But we will get there eventually. I think we are already at the point where you could use like a stock Fedora kernel without our patches and boot a baseline Mac Mini, and it will boot and not die. It won't be terribly useful.
I don't think the peripherals would work.
It should, yeah, but at least it's like, you could use it for CI purposes and stuff, for example.
I don't know how you log in without a keyboard, though.
But yeah, yeah, it's not ideal. But like, eventually we will get there.
Question?
Just curious, so my experience is that out-of-tree kernel modules are just a nightmare.
Oh, so they're not out-of-tree kernel modules. This is a whole out-of-tree patch set. So it's applied to the kernel tree, and they exist integrated into the kernel stuff.
Yeah, yeah. These aren't vendor modules. The idea is we have a tree that is meant to be sent to Linus at any point in time and is kept up to date.
No.
I mean, ideally we don't, but then like stuff breaks. But no, generally speaking, having worked with like settings where you have to deal with vendor out-of-tree modules, this is a much more pleasant setup.
Yeah, it's 1,200 patches of craziness, but like there you go.
Yeah. Steven?
This is the nice way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was going to say, is it ever going to be possible to entirely have everything upstream? Because it sounds like at the very least that's going to be bespoke.
So the boot part is the easy part, actually.
Yeah, the boot part is mostly done. That's okay.
We are lucky in that the part of the sections of the boot process that aren't that are proprietary are effectively firmware from our point of view. Like,
and we gather it when you do the installation. We don't actually have to ship any of that.
Yeah, like I guess it depends on your definition here. Like if you will never have a system that is entirely free of blobs of all kinds, because like, you will need to use macOS as the bootloader effectively. And no, but what you could do is you could have the installer just prep the bare bones UEFI environment and then boot Anaconda in it.
We could have the installer on the Fedora side. That's what you just did.
Yeah, but you still need to run it from macOS because you need to do this from
You still need to
OS.
bootstrap from macOS because macOS is what you set the security policy from to boot another operating system.
I suppose once we get the secure element working, theoretically we could do installs from recovery OS, so you wouldn't need macOS in theory. However, the way these machines work, they do need to call home at least once in their lifetime. Like if you buy a MacBook from the store and when you turn it on the first time, it has to go to the internet to talk to the mothership and check that it's not been stolen. So you will not be able to have a fully like air-gapped install just by the way this system.
In the first place.
It's just how these systems are designed.
Yeah. The other part of this is like from a pure Fedora point of view. The main blocker, honestly, at this point, it isn't even Mesa, because Mesa is mostly integrated.
Yeah, Mesa is upstream.
Yeah, Mesa is mostly integrated. We just take snapshots from upstream Mesa every once in a while. But the thing that's actually a problem at this point is getting people in the Linux kernel community to review our patches and get them to be accepted and merged and released. The reason that the patch set has gotten so big is because the queue is backing up. It's not like nobody has ever been submitting them. It's just they're not getting reviewed and they're just kind of getting stuck. And
some of these is like the Rust abstractions for the GPU. Because by the way, all the GPU stuff is in Rust. And Rust in the kernel exists, but it's kind of a new thing. So it's being developed as we go.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of people kind of afraid to look at and review any Rust code, rightfully so, if they don't understand what it is.
Yeah.
And
I think we'll get there.
Yeah,
like
so
same for U-boot. Like U-boot has a bunch of patches up, I think mostly for USB support at this point.
Although the USB support is generic, it's just someone has to, again, comes back to someone has to actually, we've submitted the patches, someone has to review them and then get them to land.
But yeah, once we get those, I don't see any major block. I think the only remaining thing we will have is, unless we figure out to build macros artifacts in Koji, we'll probably always have to ship a pre-built Python and a pre-built libFFI for the installer. But those never run actually in Linux, so like personally, I think that's probably okay.
It's not the worst thing. It's not the worst compromise in the world. It's not great.
Oh yeah, we have more slides, right? Yeah. So you can find the link there for how to install it, the docs. We have an issue tracker where we track like roadmap-y things. We have a mailing list, mostly used for bugs. We have a discourse.
That's the upstream forum.
Category.
Yeah.
We have a discourse forum, and we have a matrix room. If you like the project and you would like to throw some money at it, Hector Martin, who is the main upstream developer, is on GitHub sponsors. Neil is on GitHub sponsors.
Yeah, and this is how we're, the sponsors. The sponsorships help us buy very expensive computers to make them work.
Yes, turns out computers cost money.
Yeah.
You guys got unlucky. We get the like $30 trash computers.
Yeah.
The $2,000
I don't know who's winning on either side of this.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, so clearly they have not kicked us out, so I assume we have the full hour at this point.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
Back to the slide about your different editions. What file system do you run on the server edition?
ButterFS. Everything. Yeah, you go.
Yeah, so all of these buggers use ButterFS because two things. The first is that way we can make the image super small and compressed, and then when it boots up, it can expand. And if someone wants to change the thing on the live system, ButterFS is the only file system upstream that lets you do online resize to shrink non-destructively.
You probably want to list that if it's a library software.
We do list it on the page.
It is in the documentation. So yeah, all the variants use ButterFS, and yeah, and that's just part of the core changes to make it easier to deliver that way.
This is more like of a user question, but is there a like argument for something that I can pass to make it display the other text bar option as the main one instead of the function keys? Like a little shift?
Yes, there is a config file for that daemon called, there's a Rust daemon called TinyDFR that emulates function keys on the touch bar, because otherwise the touch bar is empty, and these machines don't have the function row, so if you want to use Vim, it's kind of annoying.
Is that something we can do like as users, or is that like a build
Yeah, you can do it as users. It's per user configurable.
I believe, so the latest version of TinyDFR is a config file. I believe you can just set it up. I don't remember if the support for this is in Fedora. I forgot if we shipped the example config file or not. But if you run like rpm-ql on the package, you might be able to see it. If not, check the upstream repository for this. Because I do remember when I packaged this, they have a config file example with the commented options.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it should be that one then. Yeah, and I believe you can change the default, change a few settings there. And upstream for that project is very responsive, so you can just ask.
Yeah.
You had a question.
What is the major holdup on the Thunderbolt support?
The major.
Yeah.
I mean, for what it's worth, so the question is, what's the major holdup for Thunderbolt and USB 4? It's the same, like you, it's the only reason I don't daily drive or travel around with it, because I need it to work.
Also why we're not presenting with that machine.
Right, it's why we're not presenting with one. We would love to be presenting with it, we can't. The major holdup is that the guy that is working on it has to have time to sit down and do all the reverse engineering work. It's a time thing. It's not like it isn't being done. It's been slowly being worked on. My understanding is that the person who's been working on it, Sven, I believe, is
Sven and Jan.
Yeah, Sven and Jan. They're starting to, for lack of a better phrase, sprint to implement this really soon.
There has been progress. It's just getting this to the point where it's shippable in a way that we're comfortable with users using it and it not blowing up in their face. It just takes a while. The other thing I would say is when you have things like DisplayPort in the mix that are fairly complex that can fail in very non-obvious ways, you really want to have some kind of automated CI. And doing CI for things that have displays attached is entertaining. So Hector Martin has been looking at building an environment where we can look at what these machines are outputting and we can feed them signals and we can make sure that they keep behaving the way they're supposed to behave in an automated fashion so we can spot regressions early. And this is being built. It just takes a while.
Yeah, and the other side of this is that we've been talking to a few folks about getting a way to run OpenQA to validate this platform as well. And that's a whole other ball of special that we have not yet figured out, but it is something that we are looking toward.
Any other questions? Yes.
Work gifted me a MacBook Pro with an M3 chip, and I've been sitting staring at this thing for months. Is there any progress update on M3 support?
No,
none
not
of
for
us.
now.
None of us. So to put it bluntly, none of us actually have an M3 platform device to test and develop on. There are no M3 minis, and I think that's the real blocker is that there's no affordable M3 devices.
There's a few issues with M3. One is that the Mini is kind of the gold standard for platform bring up, and it's also the good one to use for doing CI and testing because they're small, they don't take that much power, they're
cheaper.
cheap. The other thing with M3 is that M3 is not that much better, I would say. Like it is.
It's also got the weird chip design.
It is. I would say it is sort of difficult to justify from a project standpoint investing massive amounts of resources on M3 versus investing those resources into completing the items missing for the hardware support for M1 and M2 at this stage. So I think it's a bit of a prioritization problem as well, keeping in mind this is still a less than 10 people operation. And I would say most of the folks doing hardware-enabled reverse engineering is like, what, 4 people?
Yeah. Well,
so
and again, it also comes down to, like, we still have to buy all these buggers.
Yeah.
Like, we don't have the Mac Pro supported because the starting price is 10 grand.
That said, there is no known limitation that prevents M3 support to work. There is basic M3 support in the bootloader. Somebody was looking at it here and there. It is totally doable. It's just a matter of putting the work in it. Yeah, we will have to see.
Realistically, the easiest way for us to be able to test and validate these to develop and enable support for these platforms is when Apple releases that platform on a Mac Mini, because we have apparatuses and things for being able to just quickly iterate through when it's on a Mac Mini. When it's not on a Mac Mini, things are a little bit more difficult, and also they're more expensive, so we can't buy as many of them.
But also, it's worth noting, these aren't wholly different systems. Like, most of the IP blocks are the same through M1. I don't know about M4, but like through M1, M2, M3, most of the IP blocks are roughly the same. So
it's
you
just
can
a different
expect like
arrangement of
80-ish%, let's say, throwing a random number out there, but like to be there. It's just everything else, and then getting it to the point, not just that it boots, but that the quality level is enough that we can actually ship this to users, and users won't have a terrible experience. Yes?
My apologies if this is overly negative. I'm just genuinely curious, but I mean, do you get any support from Apple, and how come they aren't labeled?
So these aren't vulnerabilities. This is
by design.
There is no official support from Apple, and Apple doesn't acknowledge that the project exists effectively.
But on the flip side of it, Apple has deliberately documented and enhanced the base platform capabilities for supporting alternate operating systems without talking about us.
The mechanics that we use for these are the same mechanics that are required if you are a macOS kernel developer or a developer of a kernel extensions for macOS.
Or if you're a hardware tester trying to support new hardware.
Because we use the same facility that is used to have multiple installs of macOS on the machine so that you can then debug kernel level things on an extension. Because what we do is, with that stub macOS install, we put the security level in such a way that we can replace the kernel. And that's the same thing you would do if you were to like attach a debugger so you can check if your Kext is making it die or something. And like, that's kind of something they need, so they... Yeah.
No. Unless they want to make their own lives difficult.
But this is a choice, to be clear. Like, if you buy an iPad, iPads have the same SoC, well, same-ish SoC. iPads ship with a locked bootloader. You can't do this on an iPad. So it is a choice they made.
Which is the biggest shame in the world that you can't.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
Yeah. A lot of it does. So
hopefully.
Yeah. So the question is any of this benefiting the other ARM platforms? So the biggest one is that the USB subsystem rewrite that happened for U-boot, because the USB code in U-boot was really bad. And it caused a lot of problems, and a lot of it was bringing it up to snuff and in conformance. That's one aspect that benefited everybody who sadly has to use U-boot to boot their systems.
I think the Pi still use a fork. Is the Pi stuff mainline in U-boot now? I don't know.
It is mainline.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that with Pis you also now have the other firmware you can run, which is just the FI. So I'm not sure, to be honest. But in general, I would say there's a lot of paper cuts that we found throughout this, and like where things were like good enough but not quite. And there, like I remember Hector talked about, there were bugs in the USB stack on the Linux side as well, where like sometimes device just magically disappear, and
it was
like,
timing errors and stuff
and it was
like
just
that.
a bug that nobody hit. Well, people surely hit it before, but nobody went through debugging it and fixing it. And like there's been a bunch of things like that end up benefiting everyone. Also, not specific to ARM, but like the audio stuff we talked about before, hopefully can be useful everywhere else. I mean, I suppose the touch bar daemon can be useful if you happen to have another machine with a tiny display, but that's...
Another example of this is actually the Broadcom Wi-Fi driver and the Bluetooth stack, right? So the Broadcom Bluetooth and Wi-Fi stuff, the driver code for that is shared with the Raspberry Pi, scores of x86 computers that are unfortunate enough to have Broadcom hardware in them, as well as all Macs produced all the way back to 2007. And because of that, the driver is common across all of them. Any improvements that we've made and managed to get mainlined actually benefit everyone in that respect. So like most of the way that Linux infrastructure works for hardware enablement is that it's based on commonality rather than speciality. And this is where things kind of get screwy when the platform is somewhere completely different, like power management.
Yeah, the Broadcom example is also interesting because if you look the upstream driver for this, which is what we run, let's just say its stewardship has not been the best over the years. There is another driver that Broadcom maintains, which is out of 3, which is not useful for our purposes. It's also not useful for the kernel purposes in general. So a lot of the work has been finding bugs into the in-tray driver, figuring out, wait, are these actual hardware bugs? Is the driver just broken? Did we forget that, oh, no, WPA doesn't work like that? There's been a lot of things like that. And I feel like Wi-Fi on this platform works very well, better than on other platforms I have seen. I would still probably pick another Wi-Fi card vendor if I had another machine, but you know, that's just personal preference.
A good, strong personal preference.
But yeah, but it is at the end of the day the same like Linux support thing that you end up hitting everywhere, where some of the parts that you have on the machine are better supported upstream, some have better stewardship, some have better involvement from the company behind it, some have less. Some requires a lot of reverse engineering effort, some don't. It's like, at the end of the day, all modern machine that it's just like Lego blocks of things from all over the place, so.
In an ideal world, if all this enablement stuff and all these weird driver stuff that we've done over the years is finally in the mainline kernel, a new Mac is just a new device tree binding, and then you're done. We're not there yet, and I don't think we'll be there yet for a few more years if the pace of upstreaming stays the way it is. But if it improves, then I don't know, we could see it sooner. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. Anything else? We still have 5 minutes. Well, I think we're actually on time then, because, well, in that case, thank you, everyone. All right, let me turn this off. Well, actually, let me do that.
Unplug it first.
Well, that will work okay, given that we did negative preparation.
Negative preparation is I think, turned out to be the best way to describe it.
That's kind of the theme for these events, I would say. But
I see 4 logos on boot. Am I extra special?
Yes.
Yeah, I install Ultramarine, so I see Apple, then Asahi, then Fedora, then Ultramarine.
Oh yeah,
that's nice.
More logos, more better, right?
Yeah, I mean, we just gotta throw in a couple more logos, change the logo on the flip screen a couple times. That'll be fun. I will say the other benefit that you guys have done for other ARM platforms is you've given us a development platform. Yeah. Because we can actually build packages in
I know.
so little time.
I didn't talk about it here, but part of the impetus here was that at Meta we actually do kernel testing for better fast and things like that.
Yeah.
And if you run projects and test that on a Raspberry Pi 24/7,
Yeah.
it does not end well.
If we had to do
Don't run PTS on a loop for 20 days.
That sounds fun.
So, and instead now we just do it on an X Studio, and
But if we had to do ARM development on the Chromebooks or on Raspberry Pi, it would really be terrible. So I'd really have you a solid.
That's why we wanted to do this, because we've been
Now,
yeah,
it's really lovely.
Now you can like just get exactly content and those are also.
and also like the new Lenovo's that are coming out, T14S and whatever, those are less bad.
If only those ship with the right virtualization on the air.
I know, right?
I was supposed to buy a
Yes, give us our KVM.
I was supposed to buy an ARM Surface. I almost did buy it on the MacBook because I like macros.
He works for ARM.
And you guys are awesome.
It's cool.
It's awesome.
The pack, you guys, so we had all these servers. I took Qualcomm and they said, yeah, we'll fix it. This is all for the.
Yeah, that's not what it's all about.
No, they did fix it.
Okay, I'm getting on this group.
No, I'm having more content. I just wasn't sure what was supposed to go.
Yeah, that's all good.
Most people are on the way. Yeah, there's still at least 4 people.
I don't like this room.
I might get some surprise members of the audience, like, wait, what?
The negative preparation vibe is interesting.
I thought music was coming like late, and then I just realized it's halfway to the stop. It's like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm used to it now. It's okay.
No, like,
Are you
music has
here?
one whole hour.
Are you here or there?
Music was supposed to be here half an hour ago, but you guys got picked up on the main stage.
Okay, I don't know because the schedule just shows the other. Anyway, are you here? Okay, I'll be here then.
Music got displaced, and music stopped is 1 hour, so he displaced me now.
Yeah, that's all good.
This is
I'm asking.
one of the most interesting forms I just do.
It's like musical. We are playing musical rooms.
Yeah.
So I see I have a speaker. Yeah. I learned from DEFCON CZ that presenting from a Linux VM is not a good idea. So
It is hard staying focused with that light, flickers like that. Yeah. Just watching these work. It gives me a headache.
Yeah, the flickering was pretty annoying. I'm glad nobody's sensitive.
I am.
Yeah, you didn't have a seizure at least.
No, not that bad.
No, that was my worry.
Yeah. No, for me it was giving me blistering
oh
headaches.
god.
Yeah,
No, not so for update.
That's why I kept losing my train of thought.
It's updated, but I'll tell folks
Broke my
that
brain.
your talk is now in here.
Can you announce it in both rooms? And then, yeah, thank you. In the matrix for both rooms. Thank you. Because I'm trying not to do that while preparing a talk. What is that?
Yeah.
Oh god, it's HDMI. It's all good.
Where do you put the slides?
You can upload it right into the thing. The schedule, if you edit the session in the CMP system, you can upload the presentation.
Okay.
Dear god.
Let's get it right.
I wonder if this laptop decided it doesn't have battery again. It says 23%. I don't know if that's a true or a lie, but at least it's loaded.
Yeah, it's not. My fix is supposed to be
Oh God, long talk.
That looks like money. But it's meaty enough.
It says no go, but it's not. This is not. That's like usually.
Probably going to get some more time to come in since we are all very confused about that we have.
It's okay. I've made my peace. Oh wow, that would definitely work.
I have a name for that one just every time, and I realized it when Leo said, "Okay, let's
No, I don't. Also, nope.
This is for phones, not for. Yeah. I've even seen Albert over here.
This is bad. There's that very strange and scary thing. It's okay. You don't need to use my computer. I see the slides, yeah. Cool.
I do need part of my talk was about doing something with that. So I think
Maybe I'll just go take my laptop upstairs and plug it in. Because I haven't actually found an outlet.
Yeah, I kind of rewrote the script, but I didn't really like the actual dependency you guys.
Oh God.
That's pretty much like it's alone.
Yeah, let's do that.
How do you think that will show? These walls are like breakaway walls.
Yeah, it's like a cat. And I have cables like this. Like this. This is also the laptop that decides to freak out every once in a while and decide it has no battery charge. It has a charge. Yeah, I need to know.
Yeah, it's basically
And it worked.
no, it worked better.
That's because it's a good computer.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm going to go take the laptop up to my room and then come back. Because. Thanks.
Oh, we're missing Neil. Okay, I guess we should probably get started. Okay. Right, let's get started. Sorry for the room confusion. Hello, everyone. My name is Michel, and I'm a Fedora contributor, and I'll be talking about these two tools, ebranch and pkg-depgraph, which will be a general dependency graph library. So let's start with some introduction. I've been a Fedora contributor since about 20 years ago. I've been in Apple's steering committee for a while. I'm a new member of FESCO, which is the Fedora Engineering Steering Committee. I'm in various packaging interest groups, Apple, Python, Rust, and Golang. I started the Lua packaging group, but we have not really done much with it yet. And we just announced the ButterFS special interest group last week. It's still currently in formation. And I've been working in Meta as a production engineer for the past 7.5 years, including some stint. You might remember my first vlog talk was actually like about desktop Linux stuff, which I don't do anymore. Let's start with a little segue into, you might have seen this before, it's quite famous, like falsehood programmers believe about names. I'm listing a subset that applies to me. People's names don't change. If you see my FAST like a nickname, or if you know me like from a few years ago, I used to be Michel Salim and I'm now Michel Lind. People's names are assigned at birth, unless you change your name, right? okay, maybe, you know, like, you don't change your name after a while, right? Within a year, within 5 years, you're kidding. The funny thing is when I change my name, my new name is 1 letter shorter, which makes priority pass think that, oh, now we can print your whole middle name instead of just your middle initial, which was wrong, they're off by 1. So they chopped my middle name off by 1 letter. So those are about names. This is about packaging. You know, like in an ideal world, right? Like you have a package, the dependencies in the spec is accurate, right? So if you rebuild the spec like for a different like distribution, and you know like mock says, yeah, your root dependencies are fine, the build should be fine, right? No. Well, how about this? Okay, the list of dependencies is you know like up to date. If there are version constraints, are the version constraints up to date? Your package might say, oh, I need you know library foo version 5. And then when you build, it fails at runtime. During compile time, it says, no, I actually need version 6. There are efforts to make it like to at least address this point. Like Rust and Python and Fedora generally use dynamic build requirements. So the spec doesn't list what it requires. It's computed based on the upstream metadata. Or, you know, you assume upstream knows what they're doing, so surely the upstream declared version constraints are valid. Sometimes, you know, like in Rust especially, like, oh, you know, like I'm bumping everything to the latest version, even though I don't actually need it. Or sometimes, like you see this in Python a lot, like I need version 5 or above, like no constraint. And then, you know, version 7 come out like 2 years later, and turns out the API actually doesn't. It's not compatible anymore. Or, well, you know, like, you know, I'm bumping from like 501 to 502. It should be fine, right? Like, well, right? And most relevant for us, like for me anyway, like in terms of ebranch and pkg-depgraph, when, you know, like you have Fedora and like every few years, like a new enterprise Linux release come along, and it's like, you know, like you might be branching like, you know, like some packages to distribution that's a bit older, and it should be fine, right? It's just rebasing everything. Now forget all that, because if you want to fix everything, you know, like nothing will ever work. Assume that we have good metadata. What can we do to like say, hey, you know, like I have upstream software and I want to bring it into like Fedora, or I have Fedora packages and I want to bring them into enterprise Linux. Let's look at the life cycle of different Linux distributions. If you use Fedora, you know that, you know, like it's supported for about 13 months. Like when Fedora 40 came out a few months ago, a month after that, we cut off support for Fedora 38. And for Fedora, like whenever there's a new version, basically all packages that are not broken automatically get branched for the next release. For CentOS Stream and Red Hat Enterprise and all the derivatives, not all of these packages become available, because if you're Red Hat, you don't want to be on the hook for maintaining these packages for years for your paying customers. Stream is supported for only 5 years. RHEL is supported for 10 plus years. Like RHEL 7 is still supported if you pay Red Hat for it. And yeah, I think 9 is going to support it for like 12 years-ish. This is not official. This is from end-of-life.date, which is normally correct, plus minus 1 week or so. So if packages are not in RHEL or Stream, because obviously Red Hat doesn't want to maintain the entire world for like for 12 years, you can package them in Apple. But you know, like a lot of Fedora packages don't understand Apple, or they don't really want to deal with it if they understand it, because they're like, oof, that's a long commitment. And you know, like between like new CentOS Stream and RHEL gets released every 3 years. a lot of things change, like in 3 years, right? Like if a package is there as a dependency for something else, 3 years down the road, it might not be relevant anymore. So Apple starts off empty. It's a blank state every release, which means we have a bootstrapping problem. Yay. There's talk about making it nicer for the Apple 11 timeframe. If you are interested in that, like join our ELN meetings every 2 weeks on Fridays. So the bootstrapping problem. How do we bring in hundreds or thousands of packages? Remember, like these are normally like, you might be interested in like 10 packages and then all the rest are just dependencies that you marginally care about. So there is this tool called ebranch, which I used a lot for bringing up Apple 9. I presented it at CentOS Dojo at FOSDEM 2 years ago. And it's been used successfully over the past 2 years to bring hundreds of packages. For example, like most of the Rust bring up for Apple 9 that I did was using ebranch, including around like close to 100 packages like per set. So yeah, I mentioned earlier that Rust and Python has like a dynamic build requirements, which works fine. Like in any system with a new-ish RPM version, it doesn't work in Enterprise Linux 8, where RPM is too old. And it should be easy to add, like for like some other like ecosystems that have similar like language package manager as like Rust and Python, like Lua. It's just that like between time commitments, it hasn't happened yet. And like a lot of like open source software now, like I use Meson as a build system, and it might be doable to do this. It would be nice to actually like make it easier to say backport GNOME from like Fedora to CentOS. But the problem is that Meson is Turing complete, so it's not as like easy to just parse it. And let's not talk about CMake. So yeah, like so because of dynamic build requirements, you cannot just say, hey, take a spec and like parse it and like look at the build dependencies, and just say, well, okay, those are what we need to like rebuild this package in another distro. You basically have to generate the stub RPM that actually contains the real dependencies that you need. And apparently there is a PR right now to make it easier to actually output this thing, because right now you basically just have to run it in mock, and mock will generate this. And there's no way to tell mock right now to just generate that and stop. Or you can just say, well, like I can just piggyback on what the DNF repository metadata already has, instead of parsing the spec. So this is kind of why, like, initially I wanted to actually just use FBranch, which Jens Petersen developed, but at the time, FBranch basically naively parses spec files, and basically, so it's useless for Rust and Python. So ebranch basically use repo query data. And then you have the next problem with bring-ups, in that you don't actually own most of these packages because you don't actually care about them. And some of these packages, in some ecosystems, they are group maintained. So as long as you're in the group, you can branch and build anything. In some others, basically, you have to beg someone who is on the access control list to say, hey, can you branch this for me, please? And we are all terrible at reading emails, including me. So, like Bugzilla emails often go to DevNull. Or some maintainers don't understand this Apple thing and why do I care? Why do I want to do this? Or like, well, if I do this, like, do I get all the Apple bugs I don't care about? And yeah, like some packages, like when I was bringing up like a Mailman for the mailing list stack for Apple 9, some dependencies are like 10 layer deep, right? And you have to keep, like convincing like maintainers one by one. It will take forever, and it's an unbounded time, like, so you'll never get done. We have a policy fix. Not everything needs to be fixed in code, right? So we have a process for dealing with stalled requests. So now it takes like 3 weeks maximum, if you remember, to actually like escalate when something is stalled. If you don't remember, then well. So ebranch also has this ability to actually say, hey, given this list of packages I'm trying to follow up on, hey, this one has been there for a week, it's time to follow up. And it can ping Bugzilla on its own. I didn't put in the ability to actually talk to a Pagure yet. So it will spit out a template that you can file to Relange to say, hey, it's been here for 3 weeks, I want to get access to the package, please. And it's a first step at actually doing this, right? So there are various horrible shortcomings in this. It's, quick and dirty. I need it to actually get working because I need to show it at a CentOS dojo. It only does one thing. It's only really basically narrowly focused on I have packages in Rawhide as my reference, and I want to build them for Apple. And because it's a quick and dirty solution, and because there was no good library to use at the time, and I don't want to deal with DNF-force Python bindings, which is a tiny shim around the C implementation, it shells out to Neil's RPM distro repo query, which is basically a tiny wrapper around DNF in Bash that just basically pointed to the right set of repo definitions instead of just the Fedora ones that you have on your machine. So it's very slow. It's ebranches in Python. It shells out to RPM distro repo query, which is Bash. RPM distro repo query invoke DNF. And if you are trying to compute the transitive closure of all your missing dependencies, that's a lot of shelling out. And Python is infamously not very fast, actually, to invoke a CLI from scratch. Because it's still better when you're writing the code than dealing with DNF for Python API, but when you're computing that, it feels a bit painful. You can start it running, running it in loop, and then you leave and make coffee. And yes, FedRQ now does this, but FedRQ didn't exist 2 years ago. So, so now I'm splitting off a new library, which basically say hey, if we are just dealing with DNF repositories, just use FedRQ. But you can use this without knowing about FedRQ internals. So that means we also don't need to care about knowing about which distro is available, CentOS 8 has the Power Tools repo, which is called CRB in CentOS 9, and you don't have to care about it. Just say, I'm backporting from Fedora to CentOS 9, which includes Apple. What do I need? You don't have to care about DNF4 or DNF5 because FedRQ support both. You just have to flip it to use the right backend. So not only can we bring Fedora packages to Apple, you can also say, hey, I want to recompile this thing from Rawhide to Fedora 40 or 39. Or you want to compile this to another distro that's kind of like Fedora. And the idea being that currently it's just a shim around FedRQ to make it a bit simpler to use. But the idea is that the next step is to extend it so you can say, when you're upgrading your package in Fedora, you also want to know what's in upstream, right? And it will tell you hey, your Rust package has a new crate on crates.io, and it picks up 3 new dependencies and 2 dependencies that you have, but your version is too old. And likewise for Python and for Lua and whatever else. There is nothing stopping you from using it to say, hey, I also want to use it for apt repositories, or we have kind of a shadow, a way to build open source code at work, and we can also basically teach pkg-depgraph to actually deal with it. So we are keeping this generic. There are certain things. It has a concept of package. It has a concept of a dependency. But basically, we want to keep the API the same, whatever packaging backend you're dealing with. So the nice thing about using FedRQ is dependency resolution is fast. Right? You can just say, hey, I want a repo query like configured for Rawhide. I want one for Apple 9. The first time you run it, it will be a bit slow because it has to cache all the metadata. And then let's see, hey, what do I need to build FedRQ? And with the repository data cache, it answers in like 0.004 seconds. And yeah, as you can see, the outputs basically, it's rich dependency data, right? You can have just dependency as a package name. You can have one that has conditional, oh, if this version is less than what, then have another dependency. Or you can have a dependency with bounded versions. So apart from ebranch, the idea is that I want to also, the first reason I wanted to have a library is because I have two different projects that need to use something like this. The other one is packages of interest. The idea is being that in ebranch, you only care about branching a package. So, there are some packages that you temporarily care about, and after that, you don't really care about them so much. This is more about keeping track of packages you actually care about long term. So, you have a core set of packages that you actually need to use. You care about the dependencies insofar as you need them to actually be working, or if there is a bug, you need to know. But your list of dependencies might change over time. You also care about, hey, if you're maintaining a library and you update it, what could you potentially break? So there's a distinction between packages you actually care about and packages you indirectly care about. And it lets you add additional metadata, right? You might care about, hey, who am I packaging this for? Who actually asked for this? How healthy is the upstream? How healthy is the package in Fedora? Are there open bugs? Are there open CVs? Or, hey, I packaged this 2 years ago. Did I always want the latest version, or do I want to stick to a certain, what is my policy for upgrading this? So basically, offloading your brain in a way that's machine readable, so you don't forget the next time you need to deal with it. And this is still in progress. Hopefully, I'll have a beta release by the end of the year. And yeah, if this sounds of interest to you, or you might need something that's a bit like this, please talk to me, and we will make sure that as we develop this library, it kind of matches. The more people who use this, the better. And if you want to try this now, wait 2 days. I'm still making changes. There will be an Apple Hackfest on Friday, which I hope to actually use this for, to bring up Apple 10. And Maxwell has a FedRQ talk tomorrow, so if you want to talk to me about this, I'll be at his talk as well. And there'll be an announcement on Mastodon, when this is released. And, oh, wow. Yeah, I started a bit late, so let's try to wrap up. These are the to-do lists I plan to finish by Friday. Actually make it work for ebranch. There is this need that we don't have right now to actually do remapping. So say you want to bring a backport package from Fedora to Apple, but Apple 9's, EL9's Python is getting old. It's Python 3.9 and setup tools 0.53. So a lot of newer software doesn't work on it yet anymore. So you might need to build for Python 3.12. So you might want to say, hey, I want to backport things from Fedora, and whenever you see a Python dependency, replace it with Python 3.12. And if it doesn't exist, then it's something you need to backport. Or, hey, there's a policy in Rust saying, if you are backporting a compatibility library, you should also, to be nice, backport the latest version as well. And there are some things I need to add, like contributing guide. So a few things to note. This is a GPL2 or later project. PRs are welcome, but note that some things are still in flux, and if you make changes to it, I might have to either reject your pull request or say, well, this will be different in a month. Do you really want to change this part? Protocol definitions, right now it only has one backend, so obviously the API is not finalized yet. And yeah, like when I upload the slides, this will be links to related projects. Yeah, thank you for listening. We have a few minutes for questions. Do you need a microphone?
No, can I just shout it?
Yeah.
Under other consumers, you were talking about keeping notes about the purposes of your packages.
Yes.
Where are you planning to keep that data?
It basically, it outputs, I think YAML right now, so it's up to you. It's designed to basically like, I use Pydantic to basically enforce like serialization like format. And you can basically, for me, like I'm going to just dump it to this, kind of like commit to a Git repo. But you can do whatever you want with it.
Okay, so it's wherever. I was wondering if it was in dist-git, if you were putting it in the branch for the repo.
The project is on like, the project is on Pagure. There's a link for it in my, in the resources section. There is no, so the ones, so the idea is that you kind of like, I can put out some examples later on, but for me, the idea is that I'm keeping track of things that I need to get working for work, so it's not really meant to be open. But yeah, I should put up some examples.
Yeah, so the point is, internally you have people ask, either you care about these packages, and later on, I also work on that, and later on it's hard to remember, oh, we do the effort to maintain this package because this team needed it for this purpose, and over the years this information gets lost, so that's where this came from. And it seems something that's useful enough to put it in a public project versus just the internal update thing. Oh, there is a microphone.
Thanks.
So with you having this thing for tracking reasons and stuff, have you thought about also adding lifetime data? Like how long is this going to be alive kind of thing?
That's kind of what I was alluding for like the upgrading policy. But yes, I think that's kind of separate, I guess. It's similar.
Well, so like
Right.
the reason I bring it up is that when I was working at Datto, we made a thing called EOL Tracker, which allowed us to track and watch when something gets upgraded or maintained and link it both against its support lifetime as an individual component, as well as the distribution's lifetime, so that we would understand whether we should be where we can depend on it, or whether we're able to depend on it, and things like that.
That's a good idea. Yeah, because right, like some packages like Django is supported for like, let's say 3 years, and you are in Apple, which is, 10 years, and
Yeah.
you need to know, oh, I need to make an incompatible change now.
Or in
Yes.
the other way around, you're bringing something and you're developing something and you're trying to figure out what is your API coverage that you can use. And these are the kinds of things you want to understand.
Oh, my dependency is out of date now, like, and it's end of life. I need to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah. Any other question?
I think we're out of time. Yeah.
We might be out of time. I don't see the next people, but yeah, let's be nice and finish. Oh, I think one more question. Sorry? Oh, so nobody's in the room, so we might as well gain back our lost 5 minutes.
Well, or not.
No more question.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
EOL Tracker was written in C++. I learned how the C++ API worked for DNF4. That was fun.
Seriously? There's a C++ API?
Yeah, there is. There's a
Do
C
I want to
API,
know?
there's a C++ API, and a Python API. They're all different. The C++ API is way better. Yeah. Yeah, that was my suggestion. Because I went crazy porting and doing 3 APIs.
Yeah, but now it's
I don't know how you did it, because I look at the data for API and I want to try none of the functions that any documentation, because it's just my
some secret monkey caching and subclassing is what makes the DNF5 package work the same as the DNF4 package. Monkey caching,
that's crazy.
I don't want to know. Yeah, those are things that I will ask you to do. Get DNF5 back in once I get skeletons working. Yeah. Yeah, but the API is exactly the same, which means you understand how it works.
there was a lot of like reading from sources and
Llévate la gema tú, o sea, no, yo si quieres, tienes que meterle cositas. Bueno, hazlo desde acá.
Ah, no, pero cosito no tengo que.
Hazlo desde acá.
Aquí está, aquí está.
Ve.
Yo lo sigo ahí.
Ah, pensarle, ¿no?
No, dale. Vamos a esperar que 2 minutos. No solo la dicta. Ya, es que tenemos que darle. Ya está, ya. 3 minutos. Sí, sí, porque. ¿Sí? Ok. No, sí, ponte ahí. Es normal, te quedas ahí parado. Yo creo que tú sabes el video. ¿Pero qué tiempo tenemos? Faltan 1 minuto, 5:33. 2 minutos. Ya está. 2 minutos más. Hey guys, I am going to start. Thank you for coming to my talk. You know, my name is Luis Bazan. Thank you for coming. My talk today is about the nation contributors, about engagement in Fedora Panama. But today Eduardo is coming with me, and he's going to help with some topics because he started a good topic in the morning about the contributions in Latam, and this is the goal, what we are trying to complete, the mission in Panama too, and in all Latin America, is the mission to rebuild or rebuild all the community in Latin America and in Latam, and find new contributors for packagers, infrastructure, everything. Who is Luis Bazan? I am a Fedora member since 2011. I support the organization in my first day in Fedora. It's really wow. It's important this part because in my first day in Fedora, I work in the FoodCon Panama 11 organization. This is my first active experience in the community. Alone, I work too in the FLOSS Panama, in all the open source community. And my roles in Fedora is a Fedora ambassador, obviously, packager. I am an active participant in all the several Fedora groups, Infra, Packager, NeuroFedora, translator, documentation, and in other groups, I don't remember now, in monitoring, NIOS, etc. And my mission in for me in Fedora is to help grow all the futures professionals in the worldwide. I say that because Fedora is an international community. It's not only in Panama, obviously. And when I go to any country, I try to share my knowledge, everything about Fedora, about the community, how to join, what we need, what is important in Fedora, all the friends, community, share your ideas, everything. This is an important part in all my in my mission in Fedora. Okay. The objective of this presentation is this initiative started in the Flock 2023, and the first idea and the suggestion in the Flock 2023 is working with small teams in different locations, because we try to. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Continue working with the small team, because what happened today, we have all contributors, but some contributors now have other duties, jobs, not have a time to contribute in the community, and we try to find new contributors to add in the community, to join to the community. And the idea and suggestion in the Flock 2023 is create small groups, and this is why what we are doing now in Panama, creating small groups, and it's working. And it's working, I say it's working. It's working slow, it's step by step, it's not fast, but it's working. We need to extend the participation across Latin America, and this is why Eduardo is there, because Eduardo talked about Uruguay, for example, and Argentina. Latam is not only one country. Latam is a lot of countries in South America, North America, obviously. North America is NA, but Central America too. It's a lot of countries. In the past, all these countries work in the Fedora Latam region. For some reason, whatever, pandemia, etc., all these people, take other ways, and obviously you need money, you need your job, you need other things, in your life, and this is why we don't have this contributor today. What we need today, we need to plant the seed of participation to hold the regions with your support. What is this? Obviously, in this talk, I want to, for example, tomorrow I want to talk about risk 5, and maybe I'm going to request to this team to maybe a remote session to talk with these people in events in Panama or any other countries in Latam, and we can expand the attendance in these events in Latam. Maybe this is going to create interest in the events in Panama and the attendance in all the Latam countries. This works. In context in Panama, Alejandro Perez and Abdel Martinez is, I think, the founders, obviously not for Fedora, but this guy started the Fedora community in Panama. And this guy is active, continue with the activities, continue with working in events, in hackathons, in flows, in FLISOs, Fedora release parties, in Fedora, in universities. We continue working in universities to expand, to share all the things about Fedora, all the topics about Fedora. All the members in Panama, all the times, support the Fedora community, because in Panama, the Fedora community is really important. It's really important because when for example, tomorrow create one event, and the Flows team is all the communities in one side, or in one channel. Okay, all these guys start support, help in the event to complete the goal in Panama. What we need in the other countries, we need the same, but we need the members. We don't have the members. And I tried to find the members with Eduardo in Latam. We are working in this. We are working on this now. I think I have 1 year working on this now, and Eduardo, I think, have the same thing. 12 12 months or 1 year, 1 year and a half, find the correct members. We don't know who is the correct members, obviously, to create the small groups in the different sites and to create the small groups in universities. But we focus in the professional side. Returning to the point, FoodCon 2011 in Panama, attendance, 1,000 users and professionals from different companies. Good event, correct? It's a good event. 1,000 people, professional and students. This is what I try to find in an event. You know, I try to attendance, a big attendance, a lot of different workshop, topics, you know, everything. I'm trying to find the same, to do the same event in Panama with the same attendance, but it's obviously it's hard, you know, it's complex. But we have one idea. Eduardo and me have one idea. Eduardo working with startups in Argentina and in Uruguay with some startups to sponsor the events. This is a good idea because you need the financial things, okay? In Panama, I have a real example. The Hackathon 2024, and this event is sponsored by Copa Airlines. Copa Airlines is the big company, the planes company. And we try, and this is, the small topic there is, and sorry for saying that, is return to universities. Because my goal is work with the private companies or any entity to receive the support, because we need location, we need hotel, we need food, water, whatever, everything, equipment, and we have the people to organize everything. On October 4, we have the Hackathon 2024. The attendance approximate is 500 users. Users from, I say users now, but when finish the hackathon, maybe I'm going to say users and professional. Because, you know, hackathon is a competition. You know, all the people is going to try to fix the issues, to create the environments, to connect everything. And the other thing, in this Hackathon 2024, one of the organizers is Fedora. Copa Airlines approved Fedora as an organizer of the events, and Fedora and Red Hat is working in the challenge. It's important. Why I do this year? Because the last year, I remember in the same event, I mentioned to the students, hey, Linux, hey, Fedora, Red Hat, and the students say, what is that? I say, oh my God, really? You know, in the past, if you give me a Red Hat sticker, I say, oh, Red Hat, perfect, you know, cool. But this, I think we need share, again, everything. We need share all, you know, teach the users, teach the students, shares all the knowledge, everything, because these guys not have this information maybe, or for some reason the communication, you know, crash, or I don't know what happened with the communication in the last 10 years, because in the past I talk about Linux and the people say, oh my God, Linux, you are a specialist, you know. Okay, in 2024 we have the support from big companies, we have the support from universities, and the new initiative, you see, I think you see the third option, organizing a flock in Panama. You know, I'm going to take this responsibility. I'm going to talk with all the members in Panama, and we are going to create, you know, to present, because we need to present this to the council, etc. And we are going to present this in the next, maybe in the next year, because I think the next year is already taken, but I am going to present to do the flock in Panama. Maybe we need some translator for, you know, Spanish, because the native language is Spanish, but a lot of people in Panama speak English, and I think it's possible to do to take this challenge. In the FoodCon 2011, all the speakers is from US. Toshio Kuratomi, Spot, Jared Smith, all these people speak English, you know? And the challenge the mission completed successful, mission accomplished. Obviously, in these strategies to increase the participation, the initiative is, trying to find the contributors, because all the users start as a user, but we need contribution. We need a packagers, a documentation, a translator, maybe a web designers, infrastructure guys. I'm going to continue doing my best with my team, with all the guys, with Eduardo in Latam, to share all the things about Fedora and everything about, because when you join to Fedora, you are going to join to a big school, a big university, because you are going to learn everywhere in Fedora. You are going to learn about automation, about Git, about RISC-V, about, everything, packaging, This is good topics for any students. Yeah, and I mentioned this in the last slide, but obviously, when we are going to participate in events, I don't want to participate in events as to put my stand, I don't like that. I can put a standing everywhere, and in university, I can put a stand in Flisol, whatever. I want to participate in the private events or whatever event as an organizer. This is my mission in all the events. Why? Because I put a stand, I only give stickers. I'm only going to give, I am Fedora. No, I want to organize the event. I'm going to put the face in the events as Fedora is the face, okay? This is what one of my objectives in all to increase the participation. The benefits, obviously, is a benefit for students and professionals. My mission there is students and professionals, but obviously professional for me is a big mission, because when you find a professional as a contributor, these people is already stable in the ways, I know what I need in my future. I want infrastructure. I wanna develop. In my mind, I want to increase my development options. Whatever. This is why the professional for me is the goal. It's complex because the students, maybe you can talk with the students and you say, hey, use Fedora, but the professional is different. These guys are ready. The mind is ready. It's done. I am a general manager, I don't know, director. Third option, inspire the desire to contribute. This is a hard topic, man. How you are going to inspire the people to desire to contribute in Fedora? I don't stand up on Saturday, let me, rebuild my package, let me update. I don't want to do that. I'm tired, I need a beer or something like that. But yeah, this is other goal. We need to inspire the people to desire to contribute in the community. Kevin in the last talk minutes ago, he mentioned the contributors need incentive. I don't know. Today we receive badge. Today we receive emails, whatever. But maybe something in acrylic, your badge in acrylic, I don't know, with image. Luis Bazan, thank you for your package. I don't know, Maybe we need some incentive, but this is another topic. And I'm going to repeat, continue working with the small groups in different locations. This idea, I received this idea and suggestion in 2023 in the flock by one guy from Czech Republic. I don't remember the name. It's one guy from Red Hat. He mentioned this, he suggests this, and wow, the idea is working fine. Obviously, we need, we have 12 months in this. We need to continue doing the same, and then maybe we can take all the small groups and unify, And then we have a big group, That is the part. Conclusion. I want to jump to the last topic in the conclusion. Begin friendly with remote session from Fedora contributors. What is this? I mentioned this. Maybe tomorrow I can ping you and say, hey, can you help me with one session about your phones with Fedora, to talk with the people, to talk with the students in the events, and maybe with this I can increase the attendance because the people, the Android developers say, wow, I found with Linux, it's perfect. Okay, let me attend to that session. Maybe this increase the attendance in the session. Maybe I'm going to request some people from Rocky Linux accept the ping me when you have any event to do a remote session, and we need to connect the time zone, the hard part, the time zone. Other topic, I think this topic is for Justin. I know Justin is going to see this video in the next, maybe in some minutes. Execute swag and budget ticket faster. This is for the council team. Yeah, we need, sometimes we need to create tickets to request swag, and, we need stickers, we need some things to give in the events. And it's important, the swag, and, the budget is okay. We can control the budget in the country. It's okay. We can do something, or one party and create and give budget, whatever. But the swag is important. I don't have a sticker. Sometimes the sticker, we don't have more stickers. The sticker finished in the last event, and we need stickers, The people like the stickers to put in the laptop, Let me check. Yes, like the stickers. And this is maybe one of the hard topics. Ensure Latin American members attending each flock, and maybe using translator in some case. Okay, I can talk in English, he can talk in English, but some people in Latam not speak English. Maybe, if possible, to put any translator in the flock for these guys is perfect, Or maybe the members of the community, because in these rooms we have these people talk in 5 languages. I know. Maybe can help to translate. We don't need we don't need a translator because a translator you need money, But I think it's a good idea to per year take contributors from Fedora, Latam, and take to attend to flock. And maybe not repeat the same person, maybe, change. And maybe this is the incentive for these guys to continue contributing and continue share everything about Fedora. Maybe, I don't know. And, continue receiving support from Fedora to attend important events. Yeah, this is the same thing. I think it's the same thing of the other one, but yeah, we need to continue receiving the support from Fedora, obviously, to attend to the important events. For me, the important events is flock. Well, obviously, I have 4, this is my 4th flock, but, sometimes I want to see new face in the flocks, I want to see new face, new contributors in the flocks. And, this is my 2nd talk in a flock. The first flock, I remember, oh, wow, I am really nervous. I don't know what happened with me that flock. Oh, my God, really nervous, everything is complex, that flock. But today, I know what is my goal, what is my mission, and this is what we are trying to find in the community. We need more members in Latin American. We need, maybe it's possible to get more Latin American members to flock or to other events. I don't know, maybe DEF CON, I don't know, or other conference. But new face, not only my face. I'm really happy if the next year I'm not coming, but other guy from Latam is coming. I am happy with that. Obviously, please remove that line from the video. And yeah, this is my talk. Any question, team?
Just, you can repeat my question on the thing. I'm excited that you're going to put in a proposal for Panama. You said it'd be like in 2 years?
No.
For a flock in Panama?
Yeah. I think I'm going to work to give the wiki, the base, everything, all the members, the location, because I need to present the budget, how many you need to complete this mission in Panama. We have experience, in Panama we had experience with FoodCon 2011. organize the location, hotel, the food pop, the last event of the food con, all the presentation, the travels, all the flights. Wow, that part is complex, but in Panama, it's not the first time, and I am really sure if I go into this idea to the Fedora team in Panama, and all the guys is going to say, yes, let's go. But I'm going to wait maybe the next year, no, because I think the next year already have, I don't know if I already have allocation, but I need build everything, I need to write the wiki, the presentation, and I'm going to present to all the guys in Panama because I need the support for this guy, but I am really sure this guy is going to support me. And yes, my idea is one flock in Panama.
There are several events in Panama and Latin America related to programming languages. Okay, but when FoodCon was not an event anymore in Latin America, the people started to lose the presence in the community. Why? Because they didn't have like an event to be represented.
Yeah.
Well, they continue collaborating. They continue giving contributions to Fedora, but they are not visible anymore.
Yeah.
So why? That's why it's our idea to regain that confidence from the community and reveal that confidence from the community to get more contributions.
And what do you think to do a vlog in Panama?
I think it's great. I mean, this year they almost had one in Mexico City.
Yeah.
Not Panama, but to be honest, no offense to Mexico City, but I would rather go to Panama.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Thank you, boy.
Maybe it's time to have a plug in USA and EMEA and.
Oh yeah, to jump in the different regions. I think I have 2 minutes. Yeah, it's 2 minutes. Any other? I like your question, sir. Yeah.
Have you considered, as part of your idea for translators, and you mentioned that there's a bunch of people here that can speak many different languages. Maybe something that you could coordinate with Justin would be incentivizing people to contribute by translating at Flock, and that be a way that they help get their travel covered, or whatever it takes to get them there.
Yeah.
Have a badge for incentivize it.
Yeah. It's a good idea. I like that. Do you have something to take notes? You already take the notes. Yeah. The last year I take this suggestion. The same other suggestion. Obviously, I say take the notes. And put in practice immediately. I like that suggestion. And yes, I think the people is going to say yes. I don't know why not. Because if you are going to give me a badge and to help the translator, and
I mean, I'll do a lot for a badge.
yeah. I want my acrylic, my badge in acrylic with a base, to put in my bar, No, but yes, I agree with you. Maybe we need to discuss this with Justin, because, for example, and in Panama, we in some events we do some hack labs to translate documentation. 2 hours in translation, and the people agree to do that. I think if the people agree to write, to write and translate documents, what happens if you say, okay, help me to as a translator in the event, and if one guy is going to speak in Spanish, you translate to English the event, because it's hard for a real translator. It's hard if you don't find the correct translator to. If you have a technical session, it's hard for this translator to translate the technical things, or how to explain this. And if you have a technical guy translate your session in Spanish, whatever, he knows how to explain the technical things in Spanish,
Yeah, if you have a technical person, even if they can only do 90% of it, that's going to be better than
Correct. Yeah, correct. Yeah, but yeah, the normal translator, and I don't want to offend any translator, but some translators only translate everything, but he don't know what is, what is the real, what you are saying, Yeah, the context of the technical things. Yeah, and this is an issue. What happens if you ask, hey, what is, I don't know, network card, how you restart the system service, whatever. The translator, hey, how you are doing, Maybe the other guy say, hey, system CTL, whatever, restart the network manager, boom, fast. Any other question? I don't have time, but any other question? No?
Let's make it happen.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for attending this session. I think let's go to the open bar. Oh, sorry, Margaret. Okay. A ver, aquí se apaga. Cámara, ¿está listo?